And we're live. Hold on a minute. An error occurred. Wait a moment and try again. I don't like that button.
That button needs to go away.
Yeah, and all it was was Facebook. Wouldn't you know? Facebook's like, well, no, you're gonna might have to commit, Mike.
Yeah, no big deal there. And I somehow when I go back to my, oh, you're not talking, or are you talking?
I'm not talking.
Guys,
no.
Okay, he's talking now. Okay, good.
Mike isn't talking. That's weird.
That's what it was. It was like
what happened? Did he have a bad night? There we go. Breakfast in Bangkok. DoMoreLife is live. That's the important thing. I just have a really slow computer, so I can't monitor the.
Yeah, that one is live. That's your channels.
Yep.
Spitting it out, but I think everybody on my channel knows what's going on anyway.
If their notification came out, then you're definitely good to go, buddy.
Yeah, I didn't. I think my notification hasn't come out yet, but that doesn't mean it won't. So I'll just leave the email open. If it comes out, it comes out. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It's all good.
And I'm putting this one up here because our guys are like, and I want to honor you guys, especially Robert Mack in Asia. They're double dipping. Like he's saying hi on your channel, he's saying hi on my channel. Awesome, love it.
Absolutely awesome, and everybody else is doing the same thing. So that's
Cody's having frosted flakes, bro. What's up with that?
Much appreciated. He's like frosted flakes and DoMoreLife, yay.
Dude, rub it in. We're over here in this third world country. No frosted flakes for us, buddy. All right, well, greetings, guys. What's going on? And aloha from the Big Mango. It's Mike's from livemyassoff.com.
Oh yeah, and my name is Dudley. I'm just kidding. My name is Jeremy Clodfelter from DoMoreLife. And right now we don't have a .com, but we
don't. No, you have something, right? You have some website.
I own the domain to DoMoreLife.life, but there's no website there. Okay, the trolls were nice enough to buy DoMoreLife.com, so I couldn't have it.
Well, that's how you know you're popular. Yeah, when somebody tries to extort money out of your actual name.com. Okay.
I'm like, I was so just humbled and pleased by that. It was,
exactly. Well, at least there's not a picture of like a dead cat on it or something like that. That's good.
Yeah, it was definitely it was definitely a good a different experience. And okay, Robert, I got your message, man. It's all good. Ain't no big deal. He said my notification didn't go out, but that's fine. It doesn't matter.
I got one, so you know. I got a notification that DoMoreLife is live.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
See, YouTube.
Tell me about it, dude. It is the most annoying thing from a technology standpoint. It is the easiest thing to accomplish. The code is when live, if send message, go. I mean, it's like, come on.
Aren't you you're the tech guy, Mike? So you go to YouTube and tell them how to fix it.
I'm a tech guy, but I just like to judge. That's just
that's okay. Nothing wrong with that. Let me get a drink before we get started here.
I feel some green juice coming. This could be absolutely good. Hey, so Dorman, thank you so much for all the updates. We're gonna get absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, the green juice. Is I'm going to talk a little bit about what Cambodia was, because there was obviously the data that it cost $3,000 deposit to get into Cambodia. Now it's down to $2,000, and I also have a PDF I can share with you guys that Dorman shared with me. And additionally, Joseph, I want to thank you because I'm sure you get this all the time, Jeremy, but for me, I woke up to a donation from Joseph, and I was absolutely blown away, honored. I'm like, dude, I did nothing last night but sleep.
Right.
So thank you, Joseph. Thank you very much. He went to buymeasmoothie.com, which is cool. A couple of you guys have asked what the fees are for that, because we always talk about the fees for YouTube or the fees for PayPal. The fees from Buy Me a Smoothie, which is Buy Me a Coffee, but buymeasmoothie.com, the money flows directly to my PayPal. There's no fees or whatever. And the reason I bring that up, first to thank Joseph, but secondly, if you guys see the crawl at the bottom, And I know that you've probably seen this URL that we created before, but it's a Doodly. So instead of a Bitly, it's a Doodly. But Doodly/do more PayPal. And the reason that's up there is I was watching Jeremy's channel many times, and before there used to be this challenge, right? So some guy would be like, "Hey, look, dude, if you give $10, I'm giving $5. If you give $20, I'm giving 1,000." That happens all the time, right?
All the time.
That's what I figured. So I was, like, hey, dude, why don't we do that? Would be a cool thing to kind of like have in the background as you and I are just sort of, waxing philosophically about our brilliance.
Right. I think that's cool. I think that's definitely cool. Certainly good for my channel, and I built the channel around traveling, and then unfortunately I had to back off. I had to back off some of the traveling because, hey, who knew you had to have a job in Southeast Asia, right?
Yeah, you know what? That jobs are for suckers. You need to double click on that. That is just.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying. Now I want to say to Joseph also. Joseph, thank you for coming over and joining the channel, bro. And thank you for. I believe he became a member, if I'm not mistaken. Joseph did. So
was that last time or was that recently? I think someone became a member on yesterday's stream for you, right?
No, we didn't have any memberships yesterday. That was last time.
Okay, cool.
I believe. I think. I could be wrong. I'm not sure. Hey, Albie. There's Albie Travels in the room. Good to see you, bud. Hadn't seen you in a while. Mr. Mitch, he's double dipping.
Double dipping on his phone. Changing to, oh, look at you showing off on your mobile, bro. Good stuff, guy. Good stuff.
And Jason says, he's talking about the Cambodia thing. Cody says, Jay, you finally got a chick in the opening ad that's hot. That wasn't me. That's all Mike.
What? The ads? Is that what happened? Because, dude, our thumbnail? Yeah. I mean, if you think I'm a chick, then you are going to have an amazing time on Soy 6, bro. Because you're going to be like, dude, these girls are beautiful. Yeah, no doubt. They can also shoot hoops, play ping pong. They can golf. They can box. They're amazing. Hang out with them. Did you ever do this when you were with your buddies, like later on? And like, I'll never forget this. One of my buddies, I'm like, hey, so what do you like about your girlfriend? And he brings her in. She's like really cool, right? I mean, she's like feminine, but she's also like really cool. And my mom's going to hate this. But he described her. He's like, dude, she's like a dude with boobs. Like she's that cool. Like she's one of your guy friends, but she's got boobs. Now, this is 30 years ago, long before I even knew that lady and boy could be put together to make one noun.
Right.
And so I remember like saying, did you ever have guys like, oh yeah, dude, I love my girlfriend. It's like one of the guys. You ever have a buddy say that?
Yeah, back in the day.
Yeah, right.
I mean, back in the day, yeah, right. But if you say that today, you're probably going to cause you might go viral. You might go viral.
Dude, you're so great. You're open-minded. You're LBGT, PTSD. I mean, it's like all you oh my God, you got rainbows shooting out of your ears, Mike. This is amazing. You're embracing everybody's gender. This is great.
This is a good start.
Absolutely. Yeah, we want to talk about something as adults. Yeah, go with Ken's because it actually relates to travel. And then I want to talk a little bit more about what you put in your title, which is Thailand Respect or Respect Thailand, one of those.
Yeah, but meaning the same thing. I just want to say hey to Jason, and Albie says work online. I am man. If you only knew how hard I'm trying. I don't have a I don't have a technical skill good enough to put myself out there where I can just work remotely unless it's teaching English.
I would invite you to rephrase that because you don't think you do. Put on my glasses, put on your best friend's glasses, put on your girlfriend's glasses, and they will say he has skills that he can put online that people want to know about. Just throwing it out there.
I'll take that in consideration for sure.
How PC was that, guys? Did he just be like, Mike, now's the time in the show when you shut up?
That is not what I mean. Okay. Robert says he got a notification early. He was shocked. That's awesome. There is Mr. Doorman, TY Doorman. Thank you very much for showing up. I appreciate it. Cody says yes. The hot girl was in the ad.
My ego's crushed.
Okay, so Ken says to Jason, do you have to have a medical certificate 72 hours before leaving the U.S. to Cambodia? Great question. Mike, you have the answer, right?
So before leaving the U.S., it is the responsibility of the airline to basically know, for the most part, the latest regulations that will allow you into country X. So for Cambodia, let's just say that. Now, in doing so, the regulations changed recently. And again, I want to thank Doorman for sending that to me, because he's going through various processes. And so what I can do now is I can bring up the document. The short answer is that, yes, you do. But here's why I say sort of short answer, and why I have this caveat to it, is the way that you get into Cambodia is that you show up and you basically give them your credit card and they ding $2,000 on it. Mm-hmm. Then you get on a van, truck, bus, whatever, with everybody else that was on that plane. And you go to designated hotels. Mm-hmm. And you all get tested, and then you all stay there until they determine that none of you has
everybody's good.
Everybody's good. I love everybody right now. That's the best kind of buddy. The testing then is verified. And for the most part, my estimation is that you're basically out $350 if you don't have it. And ideally, if no one else on the plane has it. That is the very gray area that I am unclear on. If everybody is clean, except one guy who didn't know he had it, who's in his 20s, who's a carrier, or 30s, or whatever, is the entire plane now stuck in this hotel for 14 days. So you're going to need something to get on a plane. Yes. With Cambodia, you can pretty much just show up. Ideally, you've got a visa ahead of time, because visa on arrival, that's going to be lousy. Get a visa ahead of time. But there are options to get there. Once you get there, there's pretty much no options. And what I want to do is I want to share. Hey, Todd, remember that URL you sent me? Did you email that to me, dude? Or did you throw that in a chat? Did you throw that in WhatsApp? I can't remember what we were doing.
Joseph said to me, DoMoreLife, look up Forex. I will send you my setup. Sounds good. I'm not sure what that means, but that.
What does he say? FOREX?
Yeah.
Foreign exchange trading. Oh, he sent it on me too. Yeah.
I like that.
Found out today that someone you self-isolate for 14 days. Okay. So yeah. So Todd sent me some information on this, and I'm going to try and get that URL up there. Thank you, Todd. I appreciate it. No. Okay. Awesome. No visa on arrival. That's absolutely what I thought too. And you have to get it from the embassy. So basically you're doing Cambodian embassy pretty much in the U.S. I mean, you could probably try and do some IO at the consulate. As far as I know, buildings like that are just simply closed in the United States, like everywhere. It may be open in some states. I'm not sure. But at the end of the day, use the embassy in Washington, do it via mail, and get the visa that way. That would probably be a very wise thing to do ahead of time.
What if you were here in Thailand and wanted to go to Cambodia? How would you go about doing that?
Well, the first caution I would give you is good luck getting back. So if you're like, screw Thailand, I'm out of here. I want to go to a country that really is third world, but has decent internet and uses the US dollar, and I can't make it to Panama, get yourself over to Cambodia. The Cambodian embassy is likely open here in Bangkok. The Canadian embassy is open. The U.S. embassy is open, but only basically for emergency things. The Canadian embassy, I just like, it was funny. I mean, because they're Canadian, right? I mean, talk about the world's most awesome stereotype. Canadians are all nice. I mean, they're not going to bitch. They're not going to start fires at 7-Elevens because of that. Hey, you guys are classifying us in an area that we're really not comfortable with. Since when are we nice to you? You know we play hockey and beat people up, right?
Exactly, right.
But I go over there. I'm there a couple days early because I'm like, okay, I don't want to be late. I don't want to lobby, and I'm asking everyone. Go ahead.
Okay, you froze up bad.
Did I?
But go ahead. Yeah.
Damn it.
It could have just been my screen. I don't know, but go ahead, continue, please.
So I'm there, and this guy comes out. Shocker, he had a red shirt on, and he was Caucasian. So I'm like, let me guess, you're Canadian. And so he's like, yeah, but unfortunately, we had something like maybe a water pipe burst or something like that. They had to close the offices, and this is like about 10:30, 11. He's like, yeah, but we can't take any appointments today. Do you have an appointment? And I'm like, no, that's okay. And he's like, well, can you come back tomorrow morning? And I'm like, wait, don't I have to make an appointment online? Oh, yeah. But if you want to come back tomorrow morning, that would be I'm like, you guys are amazing.
Yeah.
And I go online. It's like the next appointment I can make is basically 48 hours from then, and I'm like, this is whereas the US, it's like, look, emergency only. And I get it. I mean, they got a lot more humans there in the US, but the point is that is open. So I would submit that I can tell you that the Philippine embassy is open. They have had pretty decent dialogue I've had with them. Mm-hmm. So if you're in here, then you can do that. They only require 50,000 US of health insurance that covers COVID. It's been my experience that other countries, they seem to have this here in Southeast Asia. They seem to have this default setting of 100,000 US dollars of insurance that covers you for COVID. But I was looking at their thing, and so anyway. Oh, hey, do you ever watch this guy, Side Trip Life? You ever watch that show?
I have not seen him yet. No,
he's from Bangkok, and his whole deal is he cruises around, and and to his credit, like you basically have to watch the whole video. Like you can't put it on in the background. So he's doing a lot of TSL and radio, which we call it, which is time spent listening. But because he's captions for everything. And he's like, this is the BTS. This is he does these side trips. So basically, like most weekends, he'll go to Hua Hin, like you did, right? He does these things. He takes the train. And so anyway, he's really cool. I don't know his real name, nor what he only recently did a video where he like showed himself in the mirror, and conveniently, like the camera was like, so as far as I know, he's basically a ghost. But yeah, he's pretty cool. I've gone on a lot of vacations based on his recommendations. So
well, that's good.
I hope that answers the Cambodian question.
Yeah, I think it did. To Mr. What was his name? Side
Trip Life
guy?
is the name of his channel.
Side Trip Life. To Mr. Side Trip Life. Welcome, and I don't know how long you've been on YouTube, but just wait until you have a little bit of success. Someone will be mad because they tried to do what you did and they weren't successful, and
it'll be all his fault.
So my point is, you may as well go ahead and show your face and say your name and that kind of thing, because it's going to come out anyway. And
talk about your personal life. That's a genius move on YouTube. Yeah.
It really is. I mean, talking about if I didn't talk about my personal life, for those of you that don't know me, like go to my channel and watch a few of my videos.
There you go.
Because I always say, like, there's certain rule, and this is a good little semi segue here. But the thing about it is the talking about personal life. Yeah, you got to set a boundary somewhere, and that boundary should be entirely up to you. Nobody should be the person telling you to what your boundary should be. I'm just telling you what my boundaries are, and my boundaries are basically they're very thin, and they exist few and far between as far as what I say and what I don't say about my personal life. Like, I'm not going to give you my address, but there are people that have already looked up my address that know where I live. Like, you know what I mean? Like that,
in Thailand?
That kind of thing. Oh yeah, dude.
How do you look up somebody? Like, do you have it published somewhere? Whoops.
No, these are hackers and other mischievous YouTubers that do that stuff. So the more you can share and feel comfortable about yourself, I encourage people to do it. However, there are many people that do not do that, and I respect that too. Hey, Scuba Time, and let me run over and catch some of my comments, man, because I've got a ton of comments.
Do it. Let me just tell the guys that I posted 2 links on my channel. Thank you for Dorman. And the first one is basically page 4 of a 4-page PDF. And if you look at the URL in it, it's going to be like ENG_4. If you change that to 1 or a 2 or a 3 or 4, you'll get every single page of the PDF. And that goes through all of the requirements. Secondly, he sent me another URL that I just posted, and that gives sort of the revised update on that sort of thing. And so anyway, if you're paying attention on my channel to Dorman's comments, you can read those or click on those 2 links that he provided. So anyway, there you go. Thanks, buddy. Sorry. All you now.
No, that's good. That's good. And you're talking about that's for the Cambodia thing, right?
Yes. For Cambodia, yeah.
Okay, cool, man. He put some stuff up on my channel too, so that's cool. No problem.
Good.
David White, never seen him before. He says, "Hey, Mike, and go more from Tanjay from the Philippines." I don't know.
I've never heard of that.
Me either. Cody says, "Last time I got a drug test, they told me I was pregnant." Cody says,
because they knew her that well.
Yeah, I guess so. Cody says, "I love to watch Jay proofread my comments before he repeats them."
Nice. That's double different.
Yeah, I know, right? Hello, Johnny. Good to see you, man. Roger McGee, Mr. McGee in the house. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for stopping by. One of my mods, Mr. Mitch, is over here chilling out. Let me go up real quick and catch a few comments that were left. Actually, I think I got somebody. Cody says, "Can you really make $20 an hour teaching English online? Sounds too good to be true." You can absolutely make $20 an hour totally, right, online, depending on what company. Actually, you can make more than that. There's a guy that I work with that also teaches online. I'm not going to call the company's name right now, but for live stream purposes. But an average teaching salary here is going to be between 20 and 30,000 baht starting out, roughly 25 to 35, maybe. Yeah, per month. This guy, if he has no problem working, right? So if he does 8 25-minute classes, no, 10 25-minute classes, 7 days a week, he can make 90,000 baht a month online. Okay,
so it's like $3,000.
Yeah, that's like it's a little more than double my income. So from teaching. So yes, you can definitely. My point on that was just to say that you can make money online teaching.
Now, Carl, is that teaching Thais or is that teaching like South Koreans that are wealthier or Japanese? Chinese. Mm-hmm. They'll pay that much. Okay.
Yeah. The Chinese will kick out the money. Carl says, "How Mike and Jeremy kind of screwed now being married to a Filipina and having to have a visa to enter the Philippines. How does one leave Cebu just to visit Thailand for a couple of weeks now?" Right, you can't right now. Not as a tourist. Mike, you get not as a tourist.
I mean, at the end of the day, look, here's the deal. With enough money, kind of like with enough typewriters and enough monkeys, you can write every good book ever written, right? So, I mean, with enough money and enough stuff, you can do a lot of things. Like if you have an additional 85,000 baht in Thailand, you can get your visa tomorrow.
That's right.
If you have 55 to 60,000 baht, then you don't necessarily need to have 800,000 baht in the bank, okay, to get your visa. And you can also speed down the freeway at 85 miles an hour through Florida. There's a higher likelihood that you'll get a ticket than if you're going 85 miles an hour in California, okay? So, I mean, you can, like, be part of the meaning of the law and still sort of break it, okay? So it's a risk-reward kind of analysis. But the bottom line and why Jeremy immediately said no, which is really the correct answer, is that the number of items you need to be able to, like, leave Cebu and get into Thailand right now. First of all, good luck leaving Cebu. Cebu is so locked down. I really feel for those guys. We also have a buddy, a YouTuber. He's in Davao. He can go out 3 times a week. He's got a pass. Can't go out with his wife. I'm like, what the dude? So they're in tough shape. Yeah. If you're coming into Thailand, and again, I've mentioned this channel before, it's Thai Things. The woman's name is Tiva. She is a very well-respected journalist in the past here in Thailand, as well as a tour guide. And she updates with the hotels in Thailand that you need to. Note, you don't get to choose on Agoda. Oh, good. It's only $40 a night. I think it's up to 36 now. Hotels you have to stay at that you have to pay the full freight. And I'm talking about the minute you leave the hotel, you are in a van, and then you are in a hotel, and then they are feeding you every single day, and they have medical care on site. And they say like 14 days. The first day doesn't count, nor does the last day. It's a 16-day commitment. And you're looking at I've never seen anything less than about 40,000 baht for these 2 weeks.
So the lowest I've seen is 50,000.
Yeah.
Because they're offering some, I just read yesterday, they're offering some 4- and 5-star deluxe packages on that.
Oh, so sure. Of course.
You're looking between, there's like 34 hotels, and you're looking 34. Between 50,000 at the bottom all the way up to 500,000.
Oh, yeah. No, it's ridiculous. I mean, the Pullman is like 100,000 baht, I think. And it's a decent hotel. I mean, you guys remember, if you don't know, like the delta between the 4-star and the 5-star, as it's sort of measured, certainly in the United States, it's not necessarily the physical plant. It's the customer service you receive from the humans. That's what really jumps it up into 5-star. And
that's what I was talking about yesterday, Side Trip Life. I'm glad you brought that up. I was talking about, I kept saying safe place, but it's safe and sealed. That's what it was that I was trying to talk about yesterday. So good on you, man. Yeah, safe and sealed. That's what I was talking about. So my guys that were wondering, there you go.
And again, he's encouraging us to Google it. So, I mean, I didn't hear that from your thing. I must have come in and out. But at the end of the day, what is safe and sealed?
Safe and sealed is basically so it's replacing the travel bubbles. So instead of having a travel bubble, the safe and sealed thing requires you to like Thailand does research. Like, let's say you're in America, okay? They're going to research the county that you live in, okay? And the county or the whatever they deem area that whether it be the state, the county, whatever, can have nothing for 22 days, okay? So you can't have anything reported for 22 days in that area by anybody. United States. Yeah.
Before Thailand.
And this is for everybody around that fits into these safe. What do you call them?
Sorry. Yeah, I know. I forgot it too. Safe and sealed.
Safe and sealed. So anybody that fits into that category, and then you come over with your fit to fly and all that stuff. I'm not sure. I'm still not 100% sure on the tie-in what that looks like. Like if you are still doing 14 to actually 16 day. I'm still not sure if you're doing that or not. But if you're coming from a place that hasn't had any issues in 22 days, you should be fine, theoretically.
So, I mean, is there anywhere? I mean, seriously, in the U.S.
No. I'm not saying that they're looking in the U.S. I'm just saying this is this is kind of the framework per se for what they're, you know what I'm saying, for what they're looking at doing. So, not the U.S. people in the U.S. are probably not coming back until 2021, unfortunately.
Yeah,
but people in like, I don't know, like say you're in Vietnam or something, and the province that you live in Vietnam has no cases in 22 days. You would be like on basic qualification, basically. And then you would get your fit to fly, come in to Thailand. And from there, I don't know where the process goes yet. I haven't read enough about it. So, yeah, I just don't know enough about that. I don't know enough yet about what happens on the Thai side. But, we'll see.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Cody just makes a comment. I just wanted to address this. To Cody, I completely agree with you. It's a technical challenge, and Jeremy and I have actually talked about the way to do that. Right now, we originate from me, and then both of us basically have both chats of both channels popped up. And so we try and get to them as best we can. So trust me, I do want to figure out a solution to that, Cody. So thank you for mentioning that.
I don't even know what that I don't even know what that rock kid said. What did he say? Cody. I'm picking on Cody. What did Cody?
Cody. So in other words, like you have your comments, I have my comments, right? And he says it would just be cool if you could combine them. And I'm like, I totally get it.
Oh yeah,
it's a technical challenge.
100%.
I know exactly how to solve it, but it's a work in progress. Oh, it's a proposal, just like allowing the elite visa. Got it. Okay. So then this is sort of, and is this one of these deals where like we're talking about it on the weekend, they're going to talk about it a little bit more on Tuesday, and then they're going to likely vote on it on Wednesday at the cabinet meeting that they normally have?
That would sound like normalcy.
Is that the logic? Yeah. Maybe.
I'm thinking that is. I'm not sure.
Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. Now there's a guy, someone said they're thinking about, boom. Hold on. There was someone who's talking about, and these are bouncing all over the place, guys. So I apologize. I know I'm probably not getting to them in order. Cambodia in November. Now that sort of makes sense to me. December, January. That sounds realistic. Someone said, I'm planning. Okay. There they go. Yeah. Planning next month. Again, Todd, I know that you have, additional options as far as like elite and that sort of thing. So I get why that's likely more of a possibility. Fit to fly and quarantine from the US for a Thai national is what. And then Cody's talking about Texas opened up everything in June when they should have waited till September. Now this will last till Christmas. Cody, is it increasing on a daily basis, like the number or the deaths or anything like that? I mean, is there anywhere that you know of, Jeremy, in the United States where like for the last 22 days it's been zero? I can't. Yeah, I don't know of anywhere.
No.
I mean,
my father has found a nice little place in Florida, and he just retired. I've said that before, but he has a fifth wheel camper, and he just enjoys glamping kind of, right? So he and his wife, they just retired. They're touring the USA. He doesn't want to come over here and all that stuff, right? So he just wants to tour the country that he's never seen, and that kind of thing. But they found a piece of really cheap property that had I'm talking about the 1x3 slats, right? Old single wide on it, and they bought a little bitty piece of property in a small town in Florida, and they did that for safety reasons, just in case there's nowhere to travel, or in case it gets worse, that kind of thing. I could talk about at this point, we're not getting any monetization, so
why not? Why? Have I used the words? Have I used the wrong words? I apologize.
Yeah. But it's okay. So I might as well. You could talk about like what's really happening and that kind of thing, but that is a super deep dive into everything on the surface kind of look. You could say that all the rioting and that kind of thing,
yeah, that's true. It's a combo plate. There's no, like over here, it's just like discussion around people's behavior. That's it. Like, were you wearing a mask or not? Do you have it or not? And at home, there's just so many other issues right now. I mean, they're changing the name of sports teams and that sort of thing. I noticed that okay, cool. Yeah. So Side Trip Life posted on your channel a link to the to what they're talking about in Bangkok Post, which is really cool. Guys, I actually want to remind you that we have the option to do a Do More Life Travel Fund Challenge. And the reason I think this is really cool is because, with X amount of money, right, Jeremy can travel places that I don't go to, right? So
Jeremy
and
Mike can travel places.
And yeah, exactly, right? Because look, guys, at the end of the day, AirAsia, they don't have that deal anymore, but you can get on a plane and go somewhere for $50 all day long, like tomorrow. I got to book 21 days in advance. Or you can cruise down to Pattaya and go to all these islands. I don't know. I went back, I think it was about a year ago on your channel, and you were taking the speedboat, the Rockman.
Rockman, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Your chauffeur with the outboard engine. And to Monkey Island. Now, I can tell you right now, if you know anything about Rike, he would literally give you $5,000 today to get on that Monkey Island. He loves monkeys, and he also wants to get the hell out of Cebu. But but to that point, guys, I'm going to throw this out there. I'll put in $10 to the travel fund for any of you guys that put in $10 or more. So how's that? Because that's how it starts, right? I don't know exactly how you do these travel fund challenges.
That's how. Well, we used to have. We're missing Jim, and Jim used to be a big part of the channel. He would come in and he would throw in $10-20 or whatever, and then he would give a match. And that kind of thing. Joseph has already hit it with a $5 super chat, which I very, very much appreciate.
Thank you, Mike, very much. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I know where you're going. Go ahead, Mike.
We adore any donation that goes to Jeremy's ability to enjoy his life. And so, Joseph, thank you for doing $5 and then $5 in a row. But let me clarify. Go to the link that's at the scroll at the bottom, doodly.com/do more PayPal, because the goal is to get it in the travel fund for Jeremy, and that's in his PayPal. And the reality is that, like I say to you guys, no matter how much money you give me, I don't care what YouTube takes. That's the amount of money that I basically work off of. So that's $10 right there. So I'm totally going to throw another $10 because it's more than 10 to Jeremy. But the idea is to put it in Jeremy's PayPal. We're going to do the chat. Thank you. And then your buddy Robert just threw the link up there, the direct link, if people don't want to use mine. But the point is that you're at $20 as of yesterday, right? The goal is $100 every weekend, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the goal is $80 right now, guys. So we basically have the $10 that Joseph gave, my 10. So we're at $40. So we basically need $60 in Jeremy's PayPal. Or I'm just simply not going to shut up. So
that's what I was thinking. Let's just keep talking until we get like 150 or 200, man.
Dude, I could go 9 hours. I got a colostomy.
I'm telling you, we used to have, and I'm gonna catch some of these guys' comments over here. By the way, I think you're not sure. Somebody's saying, hey,
you know what that means?
Yeah,
you live.
You're Sawa. But Joseph, thank you tremendously for that. I definitely appreciate it. But what we're trying to do, like we used to have weekends where I made, or the channel is making the money. It's not really me, right? The channel made $3, $4, $5. We had one weekend where we made over $650 in one day.
Wow.
So the thing about it is, since AdSense is down so much right now, and since YouTube censorship has gone crazy, right, bananas,
politically correct.
Yeah. So it's that's really the only way to get a travel fund, a way for me to travel. And Roger McGee has just hit it with $25 dollars. So nice. Roger, we love you, brother. And Roger's always there. He says, he said, careful what you ask for, Mike.
Yeah, good to watch what you pray for, buddy. I'm all about that, dude.
That's very, 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 I'd love to go to Krabi. And let me jump over here real quick and say,
Cody's asking you about Krabi. I mean, is that your next sort of destination?
I would love it. I would love for it to be, but you have to find the time. This is what I told my guys yesterday, and you tell me if this makes any sense.
Okay.
I told them, I said, we build the travel fund now while I'm working full time every day, right? Where I can't really go out and travel. But when I get there's $10 PayPal from Mr. Joseph Dorman.
Oh, dude, look at that. We are gonna nail this.
Look at this. So I love it. Oh, there's another $10.
How you doing? Wait, are you keeping track?
So
we are having so much money, I forgot how much it was.
$10 from, I didn't want to show that guy's name, but we know who he is.
Okay.
And thank you very, 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 very much. Yeah. So let me explain. So the travel, while I can't travel during the week because I have to work, right? And hopefully all that's going to change within the next 10 months. Hopefully all that's going to change. Mike, you know a little bit about what I'm talking about there.
Yep.
But hopefully all that's going to change. And so what I'm saying is, as I'm sitting here delivering content to you guys, I'm not really putting out videos during the week because same reason, just don't have time. I have to work. So if I'm putting out content for you guys and the opportunity, you just got a super chat, Mike.
Hey, how you doing? But coffee, caffeine, and sugar. I am in. Let's do this.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it.
Thank you, appreciate it, buddy.
The travel fund, build the travel fund now. Let's build the travel fund now so that when I do have a week off or when I do get holidays, right, and I have time to travel, man, we can do some you talk about recording. You got a guy right here, right, that his channel helped him buy $2,100 worth of camera equipment.
Exactly.
Right? They paid a certain percentage of that. And I've only been able to record like 2 videos with it, and I've taken a lot of pictures with it. So guys, this thing is insane. Like, you have no idea how bad I want to be able to get out on the road and travel. Like, I want to get out and travel. I want to hit Pattaya for you so you can see what it actually looks like right now. I want to go over to the other side. I want to get down in the Krabi and down in the Samui, down in that area. I would love to go down to that area, but I got to wait until I have a holiday. Between now and then, if we have the 3-day holiday here and there, I can always go to Sriracha or somewhere in that area. That's kind of what I'm thinking. So that's how I explain it. That's why it's there. And frankly, if the AdSense was where it used to be, my goal wouldn't be $100 a weekend. It would be more like 50. But 100 is like the kind of the base minimum, because that sets the precedent of $400 a month. And
right.
Mike, you can tell me if I'm going to take let's say I'm going to take I get a 3-day weekend and I'm going to go to Krabi. Okay.
Yep.
$400.
So down there and back, you're looking at $100 for the plane ticket. And then I actually keep a budget of absolutely everything that I do. And I'm going to pull that up really quick right now. And I'm going to tell you what it cost me to go to Samui for 10 days. Because just to give you guys an example, he's talking about a 3-day experience down there. And I'll tell you what, I mean, I've done 3-day things down in Koh Chang and that sort of thing. But
thank you very much. Have a great time while I'm stuck in the USA working.
Yeah.
I'm not going to put his name up because I don't know if he wants to be shown or not. Wait a minute. Let me get this way. But another $20 in the PayPal.
Okay.
Love it. Love it. You guys just feel free. I mean, as we're talking, feel free to keep it coming.
Yeah. No, don't let us distract you from hitting the submit button. That's absolutely accurate.
Absolutely. But I would love to see your cost on that, Mike, so people will understand. And while you're looking at that, I'm going to ask.
Okay, so I'll give you a great. So I went to Koh Si Chang. That cost me $277. Okay, I was there for 4 days. Did the motorbike rental, did all that stuff. And, I went there and I bought coffee and everything, but I took my Koh Samui trip. Okay. So I'm talking like plane ride down there and back, and I didn't have the pass yet. My van from the airport to the pier, my ferry from the pier to Samui, my motorbike rental for 9 days. And a hotel. And you guys, if you've watched my channel, you saw me when I was like walking on the beach doing the live streams. It's not like I stayed in a Nipa hut. $636.21. The entire Koh Samui trip. I'm talking about the ice cream that I bought on the way back, just to everything, guys, all in. So that's 10 days in Samui. That many people would be like, oh my God, Samui is so expensive. Phuket is expensive, that sort of thing. So the point is that, look at it this way. Pretty much every $50, I would submit that you can tell me if this is correct. If every $50 that Jeremy gets into this travel fund, I'm considering that an entire day of trip. Meaning you roll in the getting there, the arrival, the departure, the return, that sort of thing. Right. All that stuff that we don't necessarily want a 3-hour. Only I do that. We don't necessarily want a friggin' 3-hour live stream of Jeremy in a taxi or in a damn train like I'm doing.
Right.
But it's so reasonable, guys. And and here's the other thing too, is that where Jeremy is going to go, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, you've done this before. Like you could go to Pattaya blindfolded and end up at Monkey Mountain because the guy, the hotel, how to get a great deal at that hotel. And all of this stuff. So, I bet but what do you think? Do you ever average it about $50 a day?
Yeah. So here's what I was going to say. This was like, depending on where you go, right? And the things that you do. If you go to Pattaya, and here's something else very important to remember. When I go to these places, I'm always recording content for the channel, for you guys. Always. And when I go to these places, like lots of times I have to do things that are more expensive so that I can record. Like, for example, I can't take the ferry from the pier in Pattaya to Koh Larn because I have all my equipment with me, and they won't let me take it on.
What?
On the ferry. Seriously.
Dude, I had two backpacks. One of them was seriously all it was filled with was equipment. Did they scan it?
That I don't know if they scanned it. I don't know what it was, but they were like, "We're sorry, your bag." They told me I think it was too big, right? And MedTech's got a good thing down there about every man has a story. I've done some interviews with people too, but let me finish this and then we'll wrap up the whole telethon thing. Just remember, guys, as long as we're talking, you can contribute. I call it a contribution. Yeah, I call it a contribution because you are contributing to something. It's not just a donation. It's not just something to say, hey, Jeremy, here's some money, go have fun. Da, 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 da. No, it's a contribution to the channel itself. And so, for example, by taking Rockman, having Rockman take me out there, which is a private boat, okay, it costs, depending on how many islands I'm going to, 3,000 to 8,000 baht. And then you gotta remember, if nobody else wants to come, I'm incurring all that cost, right? So if it's just me out there, and sometimes those trips can cost. I give myself $100 a day. Where you say 50, I say 100, because that's just my. That's my cushion. That's my scheme, and that's where I normally fit into. Now, if I go to certain places, it doesn't necessarily cost $100 a day. So that's why I look at this, $100, $100 a month kind of thing, because $100 a weekend kind of thing, because that's $400 a month. So I'm saving for a, whatever the 3-day weekend is, all that comes out of the travel fund. whatever if I go to if I stay here in Bangkok, Mike, and I go to the Monocron, when I went there to the big whatever it is, all that came out of the travel fund.
Yeah.
That's because that's all it's all content expenses is what it boils down to.
Yeah, totally.
My computer, a percentage of it came out of the travel fund, all that stuff. So that's what it's all about, guys. And that's why I do what I do the way I do it. So there's another $10.
Really? Just now?
Yeah.
Seriously? Outstanding. Guys, this is so cool. Because here's the thing.
I love you guys.
Selfishly, I'm traveling. And, trust me, I don't mind doing it alone. But like Hike actually mentioned, he's like, okay, so you and Jeremy both live in Bangkok. Sounds to me like it's time for a walk and talk with both of you guys. And I'm like, well, yeah, that's true. So Jeremy and I meet up for the first time face to face, right? We're hanging out. And dude, I didn't think about that once while we were there. I'm just like, let's just talk. Blah, 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 blah. We spent like 3 hours in a McDonald's. Who the hell does that in the U.S.?
Right.
It's like, oh man, we're slumming it, But like,
we didn't even talk about making plans to do anything.
No, and so we like do, so we're getting. It's like shit. Yeah, so we probably should do a friggin' walk and talk, and because basically, like Lumpini is kind of like in the middle of us, like between me and you, like and we can walk around that park for friggin' hours, kind of thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So
I've been needing to shoot a video down there anyway. So I'm not sure if he wants his whole name shown, but I got a $10 there. And his note says, you are full of shit, Jeremy, that you can't travel at the moment. You can travel to a 7-Eleven.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the video we want to see. People like
that's the one. That's the one we're looking for. That's the one right there.
And I want to hear that ding, welcome. Which is insane because you know how little technology it would take to basically determine whether you were entering or exiting. But no, it just says welcome whether you're leaving or not. And I'm going, dude, I could knock this out of the park with just one more sensor. It's like, are you going in or are you going out? No, thank you for shopping. But no, you leave the place and you're like, welcome. I'm like, to the outdoors? Like, what? Come on.
But, really, right? I want to. There's a couple comments over here that I just haven't gotten to, man. Alan, channel member, thank you so much for showing up, brother. Appreciate you, man. Robert is in the house. Cody says, I'm thinking a weekend in Krabi from Bangkok would run you 400, 500 easy.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that.
What can we come back to it? Because I need.
Yes, absolutely. We can do whatever you want. We also got to let Jason Rupp know that you just go youtube.com/live my ass off. Bam, you'll find me.
Gotcha.
But yeah,
we'll come back to that comment in just a second.
Absolutely. Can't wait.
Doorman says, Cody in Texas, normal weekend, yeah, but nothing is normal except what's in my. I gotta delete that comment, Doorman.
Do you? Oh man, we gotta open up the inappropriate.
I tell you what, I'm not gonna delete that. And that's another thing. And this is the last thing I'm gonna say about. Well, probably won't be, but this is what the last thing I'm gonna try to say about the travel fund. When you get videos like this, they're not gonna be monetized, right? They're just not gonna. Last week's video that Mike and I did, it took it 4 days to get monetized.
Right.
So, but this one's not gonna be monetized because the content's been too heavy, leaning the other way. So that. The travel fund cash or the PayPal cash that comes in kind of replaces the AdSense in a certain way. So it's like we're not doing it for nothing. But anyway, let's see what's Mike's channel. Jayhawk's #1 up there. Yep, just type in "live my ass off." And Ben Newton, what's up, man? He says he is in Samui now.
Really?
Alan says. Yeah, Alan says, is Phuket more expensive than Bangkok? I have never been. That'd be a question for you, Mike.
You want to get through some more comments, or you want me to give my we'll 99 cents on that one?
Okay.
My 1,000 cents.
I'm so glad to see Stuck in here. Johnny says, Life 11 change the channel. but you're stuck in Florida says, but you're on an island surrounded by beaches. So that must have been
twist my arm, stuck.
Yeah, really. And just wanted to be sure. Jason Rupp says, okay, LD is out of order. LD is out of order. Ben Newton says, I'm not.
Is that?
I don't know what's going on. Robert put up the direct link to my PayPal.
Is that a special code word, LD? I know what LB is.
Probably, but I can't remember. We have so many special codes on this channel that we don't talk about.
It's like you're in a military channel. We're gonna need another 3-letter abbreviation for that, actually, guys.
Yeah, that's pretty much the way I run. I have to, because if I don't, the videos get demonetized, and if there's no super chats or no, no income coming in for the videos or whatever, I'm losing money. That's just a fact. It's not I'm not trying to stream anybody. By the way, guys, feel free to hit the thumbs up button. And we wanted to talk about Cody's. I'm thinking a weekend in Krabi from Bangkok would be $400 to $500 easy.
Krabi.
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay. So obviously, I learned this in grad school. You guys may have learned it earlier than that. The answer to absolutely every question is, well, it depends. And here's the thing. I mean, don't forget, like I could figure out very quickly how to spend the same amount of money I spent to live in San Diego, California, in Bangkok. I could go to the Brazilian Argentine steak place, and Jeremy and I could eat there for lunch and dinner for 3 days. And then I would spend my entire month's budget. I mean, you're looking at like 2,500 baht a person, and they come over with the skewer and all that.
Yeah.
So, and to be fair too, I could also eat at Ruth's Chris every single night that I was in San Diego if I was a bozo, right? So the point is that, you can always spend more money. I would submit that the environment that Jeremy and I travel in is fairly similar in the sense that he will spend money on like a taxi to do things, whereas I'll spend money on a bus. But then once I get there, I might spend a little bit more money than once he gets there. Okay. So at the end of the day, I would submit that, anywhere between $50 and $100 a day, as he mentioned, is right. What you're looking at. So if you're looking at like 3 or 4 days in Krabi, then totally doable. I would submit for either of us to be comfortable. So if you've watched us enough and you know kind of our behavior and that sort of thing, and you're like, okay, well, shoot, they're going out every single night and like down in like, 50 ounces of Southern Comfort. They got girls all around. No, I mean, that's not occurring, right? Smoking like a chimney, right? And so it's like, there's our lives, and I'll just speak for myself, but my life costs me about $50 to $100 a day, like he was saying, whether I'm living here or whether I'm on vacation. Now, to be fair, one of the reasons I keep it down to $50 a day, approximately, when I'm traveling, almost unconsciously, is that whether I live in this condo or not, they want money.
Right.
So I save a little bit of money on like electricity and water. Other than that, it's a monthly commitment. And so there's that. But to the guy who was on my channel earlier, and I hope he's still here, but I'm honored that he came by, Side Trip Life. He's got about 6,000 or 7,000 subs, to give you an idea of where he's at.
Oh, wow.
But what's crazy is he gets like 20,000 views on each. It's weird that people don't sub. Regardless, he will go to, like me, he'll travel during the weekdays, and he'll go to like a 5-star resort. And on a Tuesday, it's almost free.
Right.
So you're like, oh my God, how'd you get this place for $2,000? It's got a pool in front of it and this like villa.
And see, that's a thing a lot of people don't understand about my travels. No, number one, usually the day that I leave to go somewhere, I kind of just want to relax a little bit because I've been working for 3 months straight or something.
No, you need downtime.
I can't go. Yeah, I can't, like the way you do it when you like vacation Monday through Thursday or whatever. That's the best way in the world can do it. You can do it cheap.
Yeah. Well, especially now. I mean, it's not just low season; it's no season. Yeah.
Exactly. And when it picks back in normal circumstances, For me to be able to get, and I'm not a backpacker, guys. I'm not a super cheapskate, and I don't want to bring you super cheapskate places. The members of my channel are not really looking for. Sure, they're looking for street food outlets and that kind of thing, but they don't really care if it's 20 baht. They're not trying to get by on 500
Dude,
baht
look at
a
this
day,
epic hostel I found, and there's only 3 other guys snoring next to me. I mean, dude, look, if we were in our 20s, then, well, if we were in our 20s, it'd be like, look at these 3 other girls snoring next to me. No, but
exactly.
but I mean, we're having this sort of like realistic sort of lifestyle, I think, and that maybe some of you guys would want. Trust me, I lived in Southern California. I can double click on spending $10,000 in the month all day long. And also for you that have never been, I was having this discussion with a guy who's 34 the other day. And we can talk about this actually, but he was talking about like, yeah, so I got this Thai girl and I found it. I thought we'd just like travel around a little bit. And now she's living in my, apartment. And I'm not really sure it's going to last, but she's like, I'm like, well, does she work? No. She stays there all day. But I'm not really sure it's going to work. I'm like, okay, dude, let me tell you something. Go to YouTube and watch all the videos about I couldn't get my Thai girlfriend to leave my house.
Right.
Right. That's up there with the buffalo. That's up there with the, oh my God, she really loves me until it stopped being 20,000 baht a month. And so I really felt for this guy. And he's like, but I said, look, dude, here's the deal. And here's how I label it. You got to get the Pattaya out of your system because
100%.
There is nothing like that in the world. There is no soy sticks in the entire freaking world. There are individual bars that are like that, but it is a experience at like 11 at night on a Friday. It is an experience that you will never. And every now and then, if you're kind of like me, you're like, well, you know what? Yeah, I need to get this out of my system. So I'm only going to do it about another 34 times just to make sure I get it right. So I mean, you got to do that nonsense. And at least for me, I'm stoked that I did that because now it's like I don't have any secondary thoughts. Like, no, Gracie's it. Like I'm good, dude. Like I don't need wild oats sowing. Screw that noise, dude. I mean, I am planning. I have a teammate. We're gonna do this. But if I didn't double click on soy 6 and soy honey and all this nonsense, sorry, it wasn't. I mean, it was entertainment. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then I might not have the ability to, do what I'm doing now. And so, if you're just coming over here and you're like, well, they said I could go to Krabi for $400. Right. However,
right.
There is a foundational need for a lot of men, especially single ones, I would submit, that come over to certainly Pattaya. And you got to get that because otherwise you're going to be distracted. Oh my God, I shoulda, I woulda, had I, but now I'm locked in to
worst thing in life
$50
is
a day.
regrets. Yep.
Yes. And I mean, you don't want to, I'm sorry, you don't want to be laying on your deathbed saying, man, I really should have messed around more with my buddies.
That time I was in Pattaya, I really should have followed my buddies and at least let it all loose, that kind of thing. Yeah. I mean, you go there once or twice and do it fine. I go there so much because and I don't go there nearly as much as I used to. First of all, let me be clear about that because when I lived in Rayong, when I lived in Rayong, I went every weekend because there was nothing else to do. Now, in my opinion, but now I don't go because, frankly, the cash flow is not there for me to go. I could go every weekend now if I wanted to, but the cash flow is just not there.
Hey, so where are we at? Where are we at as far? Have you been keeping track? From Joseph, I have 10, 25, 10, 10, 20, and 10. Does that sound like the correct number, or did I miss anybody along the way?
Yeah, you missed some people. Hang on.
Did I? Okay.
We have.
My point is that we're well over 100 for the weekend.
Yeah.
But again,
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with 200.
No, I mean, and it rolls over, and it's like,
it does.
And then that way he gets there, and if one of you guys is like, "Look, can you just like check out that steak place?" and you're like, "Well, shit, dude, yeah."
And that's the other thing, Mike. I used to tell people, if you want a specific video,
Thank you,
and
Joseph.
I can get to it and I have time, dude, PayPal me something, whatever it costs. I'll split the cost with you, 60-40.
Right.
You know, on the and email. So I have there's 2 more before Joseph.
Okay.
I don't want.
Yeah, Joseph said 20,
to,
and there's a 10
yeah.
before him, a 10 before him, and then a 25 before him. Is that accurate?
The 25.
Here's what I'm going to let you do. Since you're an English teacher, I'm going to let you like go into the whole math thing here now. I mean, it's out of your comfort zone. I get it. But if I'm going to let you add all that up, and I'm going to answer a few questions. The first one to go more hike, which is, would I feel safe traveling on an airplane now? Mike, I've heard you've flown recently. I absolutely have flown. I've flown 3 different airlines: Thai Lion, Air Asia, VietJet, and they were all great. I felt very safe. I felt the least amount of safety on Air Asia, but you also got to remember, like, I'm only flying in Thailand. I feel safe everywhere here, dude. More people died last weekend on motorbikes than died from any disease, like whether it was syphilis or, you know, the C thingy, other whatever. The point is that I feel ridiculously safe here, because also the social norm is I got to wear it. Like if I walk outside without a mask, I pretty much am walking outside without any clothes on. I mean, it's going to be that kind of a look. People might laugh depending upon whatever scenario more than the other. But the point is that you do that here. I feel incredibly safe. I stand like this sometimes on the BTS right next to somebody. So totally safe, man. I feel really thick. And then Dave, I love his channel name, Dave Cool. What are you kidding me? Trying to get back to Palawan, stuck in San Francisco Bay Area. Next month, I'll have my house on the market. Where to live that gives me the best chance of getting home is a new challenge. Maybe Maui. Well, yeah, you can double click on Maui pretty easily from San Francisco. First of all, it's only a 6-hour flight right into Kahalui, which is great. But yeah, I feel pretty safe cruising around Thailand, and have for a long time, actually. So that's, you know, that's pretty easy. Hike, that's not what Samuel L. Jackson said LD stands for. Okay, I'm not gonna figure out what that is. Stranded in Thailand, not knowing when I could leave. I saved money by staying in guest houses, 20 to a room. Each person was essentially a private dog kennel. Yeah, and I mean, look, dude, there's a novelty about that. Like, for example, I really like taking the bus now because people cannot sit next to me. So I have like basically some legroom. If every seat was taken on the bus, I got no interest in that. Okay. If I can't get an emergency exit row seat, i.e. a regular amount of legroom for a guy that's 195 centimeters, 6'2", is I don't want to go on that plane. I will literally spend the extra money sometimes to take a taxi, you know? And so it's like, there's a certain level of comfort that I have to have. Otherwise, as I've mentioned to you guys before, I'm distracted. Okay. So potentially I'm distracted because I'm like, well, shoot, you know, we only got like, you know, $40 into the travel fund, and now I'm cruising around and I'm distracted. You know, do you use that sort of analogy as well?
It 100%. If I don't have enough money for where I'm going and do the things that I want to do when I get there, I'm distracted. I'm always distracted, because the distraction comes because I have to keep such a tight check, which I budget everything anyway, but I have to keep such a tight check and keep reminding myself and this, that, and the other. And I don't want to have, when I say not have limits, I have limits when I travel. I'm talking about my limits. Like, you know, I don't want to have to worry about if I want to go to a nice restaurant, and you can guarantee that there's going to be a full review on that restaurant on my YouTube channel.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
you're essentially paying for the not for the content, and you're not. And keep this in mind too. The travel fund is, or the travel it's the channel fund really, because it pays for anything that this channel needs to operate, and to produce quality content. By the way, while we were just talking, my main man, who I love dearly, I can't cover his name up, but he just hit 20 more.
More towards the center, yeah. Nice.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. So that's
And
120 for today.
120 today?
Yeah.
Including the one you just got? Okay, awesome.
Including the one I just got. Yeah. We'll keep track and see what. Yeah, I love it. I love it. My heart goes out to you guys because there is just no, like Mike talks about the gratitude attack right now. That's what I'm having. Like, because my heart goes out to you guys that you guys know what I'm capable of because you've seen my work, right? So that's why you're essentially investing in, if that's the way you want to think of it, you're investing in information that you want to see, or you're investing in living vicariously through me, or you're investing, if you're a channel member, you've invested completely in the channel, and you are the type of person that wants to be a part of the family type atmosphere that I've created on DoMoreLife. And that's why when people call me an e-beggar, I just laugh. I just laugh because it's like, dude, listen, nothing in this world is free, right?
The only people that I've ever heard sort of chastise others for the money that they have don't have the ability to generate revenue themselves. It's an absolute jealousy. I will label you with something negative because I am incapable of doing what you do. I'm not as cool as you. I don't have the skills you do. I don't have the personality that you do. Shocker, people don't like me in general. I mean, that's the deal. I mean, how many like really, really wealthy people have you ever heard look at someone else and label them, that rich bitch? I mean, you may or may not agree with this statement. I had a buddy, he was a dentist, and dentists make really good money. Dental hygienists don't necessarily make great money. They make a good living because people always have dirty teeth. But the point is that dentists make really good money. Now, there's a lot of front load you need to do to pay for school and all that, but they make really good money. And I love this statement that he said. He said, people that use the phrase, "Oh, money's not important," are poor. And it was a tongue-in-cheek, and we all laughed about it. Yeah. But it's kind of like, I'm not, for me, I go to these crazy meetings and somehow through some degree of luck, I don't drink one more day at a time. And there is a discussion sometimes in these rooms about how much time have you stayed sober? Mike, when's the last time you took a drink? Guys that will come in that only have like a week or two sober, they'll ask another guy like, dude, how long have you been sober? How long stay sober? And every now and then one of them will make the statement because they're struggling and they're frustrated with it and they want to label someone else who's effectively successful at staying sober. They'll want to label them negatively and they'll say, "Oh man, time doesn't mean anything in this program." I'm like, "Oh no? Well, I'll tell you what, why don't you get some?"
That's right. That's exactly.
Yeah, you've probably heard that in the movies before.
Well, yeah, not in the movies. Probably in some of the same rooms you're talking about. And I actually had a person that came to me and said that he was looking for that mentorship stuff that we do. Yeah. And he came to me and he said, "Well, this was when I was still in the States. I had like 5.5 years or clean or something like that." And he was like, "But that's not really like, what's 5.5 years?" And I'm like,
"Oh, this is what he said to you?"
Yeah, that's what he said. He said, what's that? I mean, what is that?
A miracle.
Like, why do you feel so good? That is exactly what I said to him. That's exactly what I said to him. I said 5.5 years is a miracle. And when you get 5.5 years, I want you to come to me and tell me how good your miracle's been. That's what I really wanted to that was one of the standout moments for me. Since I've been over here, since I've been in Southeast Asia, I've accumulated 9 years and some change and still going on, Dude, and it's look at you, man. You're like,
it's not a contest.
Yeah, that's the most important thing to remember for people that have got in a process of getting better and remember that it's not a contest. And I learned. Do you know that I take a lot of lessons that I learned in, and this was just for me, I'm going to say rooms of recovery, right? Sure. The lessons that I learned in those rooms, I apply them not only to YouTube, but to my daily life, no matter what it is. And,
absolutely. Have to.
You have to, 100%. And we know about more what we mean, but I just want everybody to understand that the things that we learn after we destroy ourselves is
right. It's kind of an anti, unfortunately.
Yeah, but it's vastly more important than the things that we learned before we destroyed ourselves. The things we learned while we were destroying ourselves are also extremely important, because if you forget where you came from, you're very likely to go back. And I stress this to everyone who wants to come to Thailand, who wants to be a YouTuber, who wants to do anything in their life. And that is, there are two things that you must have, and that is a low level of expectations and a high level of acceptance. If you can do those two things, you can get started. Now, to continue on your path of success, and this is for everybody. This doesn't have anything to do with alcohol, drugs, or whatever. This is everybody. To continue on your path through success, you must acquire and be able to use humility and patience. And if you cannot become humble, you will become humiliated eventually.
Totally. Oh yeah.
I mean, that's it. That's just all there is to it. So you become humble, and then you learn that shit doesn't happen overnight. Okay, patience. Let me give you the best example. Change doesn't happen overnight. It happens over time. And it doesn't change through your words. It changes through your actions. Okay. Actions are the only thing that matters to guys like, or well, I won't speak for Mike, but for people like me, your action, what you say to me is great. And as long as your actions support what you're telling me, we're good to go. I got no problem with it. But when your words, when you're talking over what you're actually doing in life, that's when I cut ties. You know, people wonder why did you cut ties with this YouTuber? Or why did you cut ties with this person? Why did you block this person off your channel? Because they're not on my level anymore. And when I say on my level, I don't mean I'm better than
no, it's not that at all.
What I'm saying. I mean that my platform and my personal boundaries that I've set for myself, they have exceeded those boundaries. Therefore, they are no longer included in my box. Yeah. And I hope that makes sense to everybody, because I'm not trying to steal the show or anything like that. But it's very important that you guys understand that patience, humility, being an open mind. I just can't stress how important it is to be an open-minded person. Like I come from a place where
to be happy. I mean, it's not a requirement to be open-minded if you want to be a jerk.
Yeah, exactly. Or if you want to be miserable your whole life, right? If you want to be miserable or a jerk or a bully or whatever, you don't need humility. You don't need patience. No. You don't need
arrogance works real well for those people.
Arrogance is your best friend if you want to be a jerk.
That's the only way you can justify. Yeah,
that's it. But when you take your eyes off of self, right, and you start helping others with no expectation of them returning the favor, you do it from your, I'm not even going to say heart, I'm going to say from your soul, because something inside you, you were either born with that kind of goodness or you developed it through, like I did. And I'm sure I won't speak for Mike, but probably like Mike did too. So when you develop that kind of goodness for people, and that kind of it becomes a spiritual connection. And spirituality and religion is not the same thing. Okay, so that's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
completely different. It's like separation of church and state, right? It's two totally different things. So before I get off on a soapbox, I just wanted to say that humility is important, patience is important, and understanding the value. This is something that we don't learn. We just learn in life, right? And I studied it because I wanted to understand it, and that's karma. Okay. So let me give you a quick example of karma. Then I'm going to shut up and I'm going to let Mike talk. Example of karma. In the Philippines, you guys know I had a lot of trouble in the Philippines from expats, not Filipinos, expats.
Yeah.
They did all kinds of just disgusting, vile things to me. And the good part of that is kind of the karmish part of that is it brought me to Thailand where I'm having a much better life. But here's the real karma. One of the guys that was causing me so many filing false affidavits, all kinds of madness, right? That he caused in my life, is now currently sitting in a jail in USA for $40,000 back child support.
Awesome.
So, yeah, awesome. That's what I said. Awesome. Because
accountability is a bitch.
Accountability is a bitch, and so is restitution, man. Restitution every time. If you don't know what restitution is, that basically means your ass is going to pay the tab for whatever bill you run up. That's pretty much what it means. So, anyway, I'm done. Talk, Mike.
I love that. And hopefully you guys saw a couple of things. Jeremy's physical posture increased in stature. His smile continued through that entire thing. That's not a speech. He's not reading something that he's like, well, you know what, Mike, I prepared this whole thing before the broadcast. So about an hour in, just give it to anybody and I'm going to just No. In fact, I would submit to you, I could be like, okay, repeat everything you just said. You'd be like, I don't have a clue what I just said. I just said what came out of my, right? And
all I remember is humility and patience. That's
absolutely. All I remember is patience because I'm like, screw pay. I have not mastered that. 110%, 80 miles an hour. Ideally, I'm going to enjoy myself along the way. Patience is a friggin' bear for me.
It is.
The worst part about it is there's been so many times in my life that I can reflect on. Of course, it's confirmation bias, where I've been impatient and my life has gotten better in my mind. It's probably nonsense. But in my mind, I remember this time where I was impatient and I wanted my own way, and damn it, that got us in the front row, or whatever. It's like, shoot. Yeah, but I forgot about the discomfort that I was in the whole time, or how Gracie was probably standing next to me going, oh my God. I'll put up with it because he's cool. But for right now, I got no use for this white guy, or whatever. But yeah. And then for me, I wholeheartedly agree. There's no way I'm not going to repeat everything. But as you also noted, gratitude for me, because when I'm in gratitude, I'm on the path. When I'm on the path, I get the gifts. When I get the gifts, I'm in gratitude. And it's this perpetual motion machine of wild success that is my new drug of choice, is success in everything. How well I make my bed, how many lights I can put on, whether I iron my shirt or not, the truth that I just cannot not tell to everybody in my life. It's so much gratitude, guys. And, and
that's what keeps me going. I just want to say real quick, that's what keeps me going is the gratitude of knowing, because I'm not really happy with my life situation right now, but I'm a happy person. I'm just not really. You're
not content.
I'm not content. I haven't achieved things that I wanted to. Yeah, I want positive changes in my life, and for that to occur, then I need to take some steps to make that occur. And the thing about it is taking these steps. I don't know how many steps you guys have ever run up before in your life, but every once in a while you're going to fall and hit your knee, and it's going to hurt.
12's a good number. Right? Just throwing it out.
Yeah. 12's a good number, but you're going to run up and you're going to hit. You're going to fall. You're going to hit your knee, and you're going to have to start over. And this is metaphorical, but this is not metaphorical about recovery programs. Okay, this is like life. in general. And as you guys come with me through my journey, and give me that positivity that I need, that I feed off of, I tend to make better decisions. And the gratitude I was speaking of is, I could not be living in Thailand.
No.
I could be stuck in the States right now. That would be the worst thing ever for me. Over here in Thailand, I have cheap medical insurance. I have
high quality
medical insurance. I have the ability to get myself to where somebody, say like Mike is, maybe not, I'm not talking about monetarily, but I'm saying with the free time, right? With the time to do pretty much whatever you want to do, within reason. And that's what that's just kind of what I wanted to say in that little break there. I know I said way too much.
See, now your guys are getting used to, oh man, he's hanging out with Mike. He's going to be like 25 minutes behind on his damn comments. I think, it's funny too. I've seen this before. Like I've been on chat, or I've been on like with Rob, for example. He's got 55,000 subs. His chat is like, and then guys will come over to me saying, nobody pays attention to me on Rob's chat. I'm going to talk on yours because it's not. Right. And now they're probably like, son of a bitch, Jeremy. They're over here going, dude, no wonder I'm double dipping. Mike's the only guy that'll pay attention to me. Well, buckle up, because the minute I start talking, game over. But I want to get to Todd's thing about, he's got a very, very valid question, which I think is valid to a lot of behaviors and concerns about personal privacy. And I'll give you my 175 cents on this one, as I normally do. Thailand told you to download an app for contact tracing. Would you, or have they don't already? First of all, they didn't make me download an app. There is a QR code almost everywhere that I scan with my QR code scanner. As you know, you scan a QR code, all it does is render a URL. I then go to that website and I check in. There are basically two little buttons on there. It's very easy to change it into English. The green one says you're checking in somewhere, and then ideally when you leave, which I forget at least 80% of the time to do, you scan that QR code again, you go to the same website, and there's an orange button, and you click checkout. And I am 100% okay with that, because here's the thing. If you guys don't know, like long before that behavior occurred over here because of what's going on in the world right now, my phone is being tracked, okay? My phone is being monitored, because if in the middle of the night, I just like wake up and have an idea, and from my bedroom, I don't really yell, but I speak fairly loudly and clearly to my phone in the kitchen and say, okay, Google, set an appointment for tomorrow at 2 p.m. It does. I don't have to touch the device. So guess what? Spoiler alert, the microphone's been on the whole time. So gratefully, when Gracie and I are together and we're having a moment, neither of us during that time says, okay, Google, because the videos that might render from our behavior might be quite interesting. You guys know that I'm joking around. But the point is that I am monitored like crazy, and I'm really okay with that. I'm okay with Google monitoring all of my behavior online, because therefore the ads that show up in front of me are actually relevant. Years ago, when Google first started and there was only Yahoo, all the ads that would show up would be completely ridiculous. They wouldn't relate to me. I don't want to buy soap. Mike, yeah, right. Did you hear that? Here's your top results. I wonder what it gave me. Yeah, there we go. So anyway, here's your top results for Gracie. Gracie 1, Gracie 2. But and the short answer then, Dorman, is yes, I absolutely would. I completely embrace it. I think it's a great idea. I like being a part of all of the behavior that is over here in Thailand. I like wearing a mask. There's a guy that I know, this probably occurs to you too, like you do the same thing very much every single day. I go to the BTS usually in the morning, anywhere from about 9:30 to 11, and I go meet some buddies at noon.
I think Mike froze. Can you guys still hear me?
Oh my God. Okay. I'm back now, right? Sorry, guys. That's my fault. anyway, so there's a guy that like takes my temperature that goes into the BTS. So he knows me. And occasionally I'll be wearing a mask and it's right below my nose. And he says, oh, yeah, your mask, it's supposed to be up over the nose. And I am so grateful that he does that. I said, oh, geez, I'm really sorry. Thank you so much for letting me know that. I love being a part of Thailand. I don't debate it. I don't bitch about it, because I'll tell you what, if I absolutely wanted to and had to, I could get out of here. I could get out of here and I could go somewhere else. But I really embrace where I am. And so I'm more than willing to engage in that sort of behavior. I completely respect the fact that there are other people that like, I don't want to do that. I don't own a smartphone for that reason. I don't want people to know where I am or where I've been or what I do. Great. You know, but again, the question was, Mike, what would you do? And so I would be like, you know, here's the deal. I mean, look, I like the fact that when I close my door and walk around naked in my apartment, there aren't police monitoring that. I like that. But like when I go outdoors and I'm in the public, that I'm kind of okay with, quite frankly, my behavior being judged as whether it is a social norm or not. Because I like being part of this community. When I come over to Jeremy's channel, I don't use the words that he doesn't use on his channel. When I go on my channel, I use them like crazy because it's a different boundary, but it's a very similar family, right? People I would submit over on my thing too. They want to be part of this thing. It's not the cool kids table because I'm here, because Jeremy's here. It's not the cool kids. It's the cool kids table because both you guys are on both channels, and you're bringing your Do More Life over to live my ass off, and you're bringing your live your ass off over to Do More Life. And it's not a 1+1, guys. It's like a 10x now that we have thing going on Sundays. And I mean, it's just such an honor, and I'll just speak. It's an honor to be part of these money generating little contests we run for Jeremy, because look, hey, I don't hate money. Okay. You guys can, okay? But here's the thing is I want Jeremy to be able to do whatever he wants, whenever he wants. And how old are you? 39, right?
39.
Yeah. When I was 39, I was doing what 39-year-olds do, which is work my friggin' ass off and save up like bonkers, because when I get a little older, I want to be able to have a little bit more, you know, flexibility. And that's what you do. And the good news I've noticed is that Jeremy does not compare his insides to my outsides. He is not less of an awesome Jeremy, but I love the way you identified it, which is sort of like, you know, I'm not unhappy. I'm a happy guy. But there are scenarios in my life that I would like to improve upon, or I'd like to change, or you know, I mean, and that's just the way it is. You have to basically commit to doing what you say, i.e. the way that I define integrity, is that actions match your speech. And then guys that are your age that aren't ready for a retirement visa, they're like, well, he did it. Shoot, if Jeremy did it, he's a regular guy. He's a normal guy. He's a smart guy. He's a cool guy. He's an honest guy. I can do that. I'm a smart guy. I'm an honest guy. I'm willing to work. I've got my faculties. I've got my brain. Okay, great. Yeah. Okay, awesome. Yeah, I'm 36. All right, well, that's cool. That means that basically when I'm 39, I can probably move to Thailand if I work my butt off and I go to school and then I get my TEFL and then I go to, you know. So it's like we're setting these scenarios of success, I would submit. I mean, just success. Just ask me.
Oh, I agree, and maybe on different level, because you and I are on different. The way I see it, are on different levels
in our life. Yeah,
but that's because of the different times in our life. Also, and I would also say that first of all, thank you guys for all the nice comments. I've been kind of reading as I go through there, and I really appreciate the nice comments and stuff. And the coming on here on Sundays and the outpouring of support for the channel, you know, the monetary support and that kind of thing was incredible. It has been incredible. I think this is a good idea. And here's something I've learned. If you keep doing the right thing, like if you put one foot in front of the other in the right direction long enough, you're going to get where you want to go. And along the way, and this is something that a lot of people really struggle with, and this is kind of into the Thailand respect thing, but it's more of a respect for yourself. Okay, yeah, we're gonna get there eventually, but there's
Just shut up, Mike.
There's a this is how you really respect it, in my opinion. Okay, from someone who had absolutely no self-esteem, no self-respect, no respect, definitely no respect for any other human. Now I can say this is how you earn respect for yourself, right? You one, complete tasks that need to be completed for you. Okay. So in other words, you take care of yourself first, because you can't help anybody. You can't do anything positive. You can't do anything to advance yourself if you don't first love and respect you. You have to figure out how to love you in the situation that you're in. I remember going into a meeting and with one day that I was clean, right? Yeah, and I could not figure out. I could not for the life of me. I mean, I kept going. I went, every day for like 40.5 years or something like that. And I went in, and these guys. I still, at like 4 months, I was going. I don't know how I ever be able to live another day. I'll never live 9 years without doing drugs. Totally. There's no way. I can't do that. Right? It's impossible.
All these people are lying to me. They're lying in this room.
That's it. And then I took. I mean, but that's exactly what I thought. And then at about 9 months, my guy called me. And he said, I don't mean my guy like my drug dealer. I mean like my.
I got a guy.
A guy that's like a mentor. Okay. He called me and he said, "What have you not thought about today?" And I was like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "I've been talking to you for 30 minutes, and not one time have you said anything about a drug. Not one time in 30 minutes." This was 9.5 months into my sobriety.
Okay.
And at that time, I realized that I was like, I didn't think about using drugs today. 9.5 months. That was the first time in 10 years that I could reasonably recall, not doing that. And I got to 9 years 1 day at a time. And I put that 1 day at a time at such a premium, because there are some days I wake up and I go to work and I'm very upset with the situation there. And I really want to put my foot through somebody's teeth. And,
luckily it doesn't fit. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Luckily, I can't get my leg up that high.
Right.
But also,
yoga
also the thing about it is, see, I've learned over these 9 years that every action that you take in life, has a consequence. Some of those are positive, some of them are negative. If I put my foot through somebody's teeth, it's going to be a negative consequence, because I might wind up being beat down, or I'm definitely going to lose my job at the least, which means no more time, right? So I learned how to, when situations arise in my life, there is a huge talk or a huge difference in response, making a response and having a reaction. Okay. So when you react to something, it's typically impulsive. It's an impulsive reaction that you have. It's an emotional reaction. That's the key thing. Okay. Reactions are emotional, and that's bad. 99.9% of the time, that's bad. But when you take maybe somebody makes you mad and you sleep on it overnight. So then you take a logical, pragmatic response prepared the next day when you see this person, right? You've had plenty of time to think about it, and more importantly, you've had time to play that tape all the way through. Like you've had that time to play that movie of what happens and how it ends, right? So when you can make a logical, pragmatic, meaning process, right, or taking steps to ensure that no matter what comes out of the person's mouth tomorrow or the next day, or whenever you decide to respond, okay, that you're going to have a calm, cool, and good response to them. You have taught yourself something invaluable in life. And that is something that I still work on to this day. I'm really done talking. I mean, I need to stop talking.
Occasionally, when I go to these groups of my peers, there will be a timer. But you know what I've discovered is that the amount of time that whoever is in my life that I just even mildly respect, whereas with you and I'll just speak for myself. There's a lot more than just mild respect. But
yeah, definitely, same.
The data and the experience, strength, and hope, which is sometimes the label of it. That I'm coming from you. I'm like, I'm not going to stop you. What if you say one more nugget? What if I miss that one nugget by trying to interrupt you? Which, I'm going to do. I mean, I interrupt people. That's the way one of the ways I speak. It's a bi-directional thing. And, but it's, I mean, what do I got? Plans? What am I going to find out amount of time on StreamYard? No, the only thing that's going to screw me up is my damn internet. That's cheesy because of my free laptop. But it's, I mean, it's just more ability to live comfortable in my own skin.
It is. And you got like two over here who came over to my stream yesterday, right?
Who to what?
He said every action and every failure to act positively, Jeremy. So yes, ideally in a perfect world, you would want to react to everything positively.
Sure.
But we are all humans. And because we are all humans, our dissonance, our just who we are as people, we're going to have differences. The question becomes, how do you settle those differences? Do you get online and dox people and share their personal information that and try to ruin the reputation, or do you have a sit down chat with them face to face, or maybe a phone call and just say, hey, we had a problem and let's find a solution. Like I'm so solution oriented these days. When a problem comes up, I'm not even like that. It's not a problem. Let me find a solution. Exactly. And that's really how I look at it, because if I didn't, I'd drive myself crazy. Okay,
right.
I'm done.
Exactly.
For a minute. Hey, on my comment section over here, they're going crazy. Thank you guys so much over there. Roger, thanks for coming by, man. I really appreciate it. And I am going to go back through these comments because they're talking about how to make money, investing, and all this stuff that I need to learn how to do. So I'm very excited about that. But thank you, everybody over on my channel that's commenting. I really appreciate it. Okay, Mike, take it away.
Actually, if you go through your comments, there's one interesting one about some dates that I thought were interesting. I understand the second one, which is like, pull out my money, put it in a safe place, put it underneath my mattress mid-September, but then basically after the election, pull it out and do some other stuff. And so I'll be interested to maybe expand upon that. But and I always love King Leeway, the way that he basically the metric that he uses. Yeah, because he's like, look, dude, if it's 25 people in the Philippines watching, it is 25 million people watching. I love his Philippine metric, man. That's so friggin' awesome. I want to touch on this one that Jim says. He says, do things in moderation, work hard, try not to be a jerk, and you'll be a good person. I will tell you, when I was coaching, when I was life coaching, I would coach people that were incredibly successful in one area. And a lot of times what occurs with people that are very visible, certainly in the entertainment industry, is they are exceptional at that one craft. They may not be the greatest parent. They're probably really shitty with their money, but they're excellent at acting and doing this one thing or producing or whatever. And so it's very difficult to convince that person that basically does this wildly successful thing that they get a ton of praise for on a daily basis to do it in moderation. And she and I came up with this amazing one. I love this quote, which is, well, moderation's okay in moderation, but nothing exceeds like excess.
I like that.
And it was like, because, moderation's okay in moderation, but nothing exceeds like excess. And I was like, dude, that totally fits me. I have a real tough time with moderation, Jim. When I find something that I like, I have very addictive behavior in the sense that I will potentially do it to my detriment, but I do it a heck of a lot less now than I used to. And part of it's just getting old. I'm 52, right? So like, there's just things that I'm just like, this slow traffic, it just doesn't bother me anymore. When I was 30 and I was really important and I had something to do at work, then it was like, get out of my way. Don't you know who I am? And now it's just like, dude, I'm living on vacation, man. I don't care, and that's, I think I got to tell you, I think it's going to help me be a hell of a lot safer motorbike driver in this crazy country. Because if someone cuts me off, I'm like, go for it, dude. I got nothing going on right now. I will literally sit here stopped. You can go around me all day long, and it's just like big deals. There are no big deals anymore.
That's why I want to get to that place in my life, and it's coming. It's just a matter of time, and it's hard to. You have to or I have to convince myself that it's coming, right? Like I have to convince myself that it's coming, and the way I convince myself that it's coming is that one foot in front of the other in the right direction. Now, to your guys' point about moderation, I'm the exact same way, Mike, because
moderation's tough.
Moderation to me, especially when I did YouTube. I mean, I've been watching YouTube for years, right?
Oh,
but
sure,
I didn't start doing YouTube until 3 years ago. And at the very beginning, I didn't really do it in moderation. I did it in moderation in the very beginning. So in 3 years, I put out over 700 videos.
700, okay.
So, yeah. So moderation is not really a thing for me. It never has been. And I've had to learn to slowly, just calm down and say, you know what, Jeremy, if you don't put out a video this week, you got your live streams coming on the weekend.
It's going to be okay.
Yeah. Your people are starting to understand your lifestyle. Like they understand that you work 5 days a week and you may only be able to get them a live stream here and there. That's why I have members only, so I can, throw a little extra content their way. Right.
That's a good point.
So, and they're starting to learn that, but they also know, like if you go back 4 weeks, about 4 to 5 weeks on my channel, and look, there was every day I had it scheduled, my whole Wahin trip, and I still have one video that I need to edit for that. It came out every day, Monday through Friday, right?
Yeah.
So you can look back and say, oh, he's not doing anything during the week. Do you have any idea what I had to do to make sure that because you have to, when you post a video on YouTube, you have to write it compelling. You want a compelling thumbnail, then you want a SEO title. Your tags need to be. You have to understand the tagging system and SEO. You have to write a good description that includes your title and some of your tags and make sure that it makes sense. So you got to go through all this. Then you got to add cards. Then you got to add an end screen. Then you got to make sure that you're self-certified. Then you got to go for monetization. You got to check that out. Then you get to upload the video, and then if you're lucky, YouTube will push it out if you use the right words and all that. Or you can schedule the video for later release, which is what I did. So I basically,
of course,
had a long weekend, edited for 4 days straight, and to get like 6 videos. And I just put them out, scheduled, come out for the week. So
yeah, that's definitely the way to do it. I agree with you on that one.
Yeah.
I'm going to get something to drink, dude. Oh, you know what? And because Hike mentioned this, and I actually hooked it up today. I got my pigeon cam going on outside. It's actually pretty nice. There's not a whole lot of people at the pool right now because it's in the middle of the day. Anyway, I'm gonna throw that on. You start talking. I'm going to grab something to drink.
Cool, man. The pigeon cam is cool because I could actually put a pigeon cam outside on my balcony too, and the pigeons would take it, like they would take the camera. So it probably wouldn't be any good. Joseph says emotional content. It's a war with ourselves, where there can be only one winner. That's so true. Good point, Joseph. Let me go over here and catch some of my guys' contents. Car case says, "Thank you, doorman. We'll turn differential." Oh, you guys are talking about money. I can't wait to go back through these comments. Robert Max says, "Thank you, doing a great day." Robert, I think I've seen you going over on Mike's channel, so thank you for coming by. Genuinely appreciate it. Okay, Carl's still talking about money down there, and let's see who we have. Todd's talking about. Okay, all of you guys, I can't wait to go back and read some of this stuff. I'll probably do a video on it and get you guys to come and return and talk about it a little bit, because stuff like that really, really interests me in a very, very fundamental, rudimentary way, because I don't really understand everything about it, and when I don't understand, I get curious, and when I get curious, I get anxious, and I do not need to be anxious. Max, I am from North Carolina, so yes, and I was raised about an hour and a half, roughly, from Charlotte, North Carolina. So I was raised way out in the deep south of North Carolina. So that's where you get the accent from and that kind of thing. I am so glad Mike is back from the pigeon cam, y'all, so that he can do his radio, his best radio voice. At some point we got to get to respect to Thailand and how much not only the Thais tend to show, and I'm not necessarily talking about the government here, but I'm talking about like your day-to-day Thai, like your street food vendor or your barber. Absolutely. Right?
Yeah.
How much respect they show you, and how much you need to make absolute certain. And I don't tell people they need to do stuff very often, but this you need to do. Make absolutely certain that you have left all your Western privilege or any chips on your shoulder.
Yeah.
Back at the airport, when you got off. So
it's interesting. I used to do these coaching exercises, and for the most part, my coaching was like one-on-one. But every now and then we would have like a room full, right? And what would happen is that the way you entered, there was a physical trash, bin, right? But I put a little sign up above it, and the sign said, "This is where your ego goes to enter this room," right? And of course, it's kind of cute and that sort of thing, but everyone sort of got it. And then they would come in and they would write down one thing that they wanted to work on or they needed help with or that sort of thing. And this is not uncommon. This happens with a lot of sort of executive, I guess they refer to them as masterminds now, but whatever. It's it's group therapy at the end of the day, on how to run your business and that sort of thing. But yeah, I mean, you got to check your ego at the door. But again, look at all of these things that you and I have talked about. There's a continuum, right? There's a continuum of imperfection. For guys like me, and I'm assuming you, there is there is a continuum of quality of comfort in our own skin and recovery and awareness and that sort of thing. But there is no continuum of drinking. Like I'm either drinking or I'm not drinking. So there are some it's not a boundary. It's a friggin' wall.
Right.
This thing is not teetering. And there's things like that in other people's lives, right? Other people are just like, dude, I'm diabetic. No, I don't eat Snickers bars, Mike. It's a non-starter, right? With a buddy last night. And he's like, oh yeah, I love all of these things. I cannot ingest milk. He's like lactose intolerant to the point where like if he takes a sip, he's totally, right? I'm allergic to alcohol. He's allergic to milk, whatever. And so there are those sorts of things. But the majority of life is, within the gray area sort of thing, right? And for me, I've always sort of labeled it as, okay, what's the trajectory? And I don't know if I necessarily consciously did it, but to your point, like when I came to Thailand, and I think it was probably after I saw some behavior of the locals, as you say, where I was like, it's easier for me to check my ego at the door. It's easier for me to throw away that chip on my shoulder when I'm over here, because again, it's a social norm. Like every now and then you'll meet a high-so person, and it doesn't have to be a Thai person. You can be in Singapore and meet a high-so, but over here it's like, yeah, but I look at that behavior and I'm like, oh man, they don't treat that person well. They're not nice to the waitress, right? That sort of thing. It's like that's ugly no matter where you are. But over here, there's so much, like you were saying, acceptance and care for others and that sort of thing. I like it more because I've discovered that it almost makes me a better person. I'm like, holy crap. All I got to do is be around you people, and I'll do this all day long.
We know that, and I say it all the time, if you take the average of the character average of the 5 people you spend the most time with, that's probably who you are.
Right.
In terms of how the environment affects your character. And I also say, if you think I'm wrong, you can go stand in a dumpster and see how long it takes your ass to smell like garbage. So, the environment, the environment matters. But for me, like, I remember watching this movie. I was years ago. I had I can't even remember the actor's and actress's name now, but it was like it was some kind of romantic love story or whatever. He like flew all the way across the country, right? Because he wanted the goodness of this girl to rub off on him because he knew he was a bad person, right? And like, that's what I do. Like, so when I find somebody that has something I want, now I'm not talking about monetary stuff. I'm talking about that has the lifestyle I want, that has the that is educated in ways that I'm not, that somebody that I can learn from, and somebody that's going to build my character, like Mike, for example.
Oh my God.
Like I can go.
The hair is going to be shaved off sooner than you know, guys.
I can get. I can call him up and I can talk to him about real shit, real stuff. I can do it. And it's not it's not a problem. And that's why the respect thing, I learned the respect thing from my years of building myself in America. And then when I got to the Philippines, unfortunately I still had that Western privilege on my shoulder, and it didn't take long.
Okay, I was going to say, how long did it last? I mean, you can't be successful.
No. It didn't take long at all for it to come off. That had nothing to do with anything but me.
Sure.
But, and after it came off and I became humble, that's when all the bullies and all the I used to be this.
Took advantage of your vulnerability.
Yeah, exactly.
That's pretty okay.
Exactly. And that's why sometimes making myself so vulnerable with the amount of personal information I release it's
a boundary.
It's a boundary, but it's also a risk I take. Sometimes it pays off, sometimes it doesn't. But at the end of the day, I always believe that honesty will cure any doubt, because the truth is going to come out one day, no matter what. It just is. So just go ahead and be honest about it and move on with your life. And that's why I see the Thais that are so respectful to me when I'm out shopping, which I rarely do. But if I'm out shopping, or about the most shopping you're going to see from me is when I go to the either order grab from for lunch, or
mango and sticky rice.
Yeah, mango and sticky rice, something like that. But I go to the same people over and over because they get to know who I am, right?
Mm-hmm.
And as they get to know who I am, we develop this relationship, even though, sorry about the outside noise, guys. I don't know what's going on out there. It sounds like somebody's dying. But
is that the sound of a dying person? They squeal like pigs?
Squeal, yeah. But they get to know me and I get to know them. And even though it's small, it's some kind of relationship,
yes.
right, here in Thailand. So that makes me feel much, much better. And in terms of my personal life, you guys are always wondering about that. Why would you make a whole live stream about how bad the situation is with your girlfriend? Because I want you to know what the situation could be with you and your significant other, and I don't want you to panic when it happens.
Right.
You know, look, this is how you handle it. this is how I handled it.
Ideally, right?
Yeah. Oh, so it's important for me. It makes me feel good to share it, even though sometimes I get a little anxious after the video is over and I think, there could be some repercussions for that, this. But the truth of the matter is, if there's repercussions for the truth, I can live with that. I can live with that.
Yeah, but again, I think, and that's one of the things that I learned, like, starting to take care of myself and that sort of thing. Because once I got over sort of the physical addiction to the negativity I was putting in my life, it was like, all right, well, I got to figure out how to tell the truth better, because potentially if I don't change this behavior, it'll bring me back to the justification of why, if I do some cocaine right now, that would fix this thought, and just like, forget it, right? So it's going to kill me. But I also think, there's a lot to be said for just getting older because the experiences you have along the way, I mean, some stuff just basically becomes less important. It's less important that she is infatuated with me or, whatever. And it's really interesting how you talk about funny that you've had the same experience in a foreign country, that the only people that basically screw you over in that foreign country were not the natives. It was Americans following you around. Same thing happened to me in Mexico. No Mexican ever tried to do anything but help me. I'm pulled off on the side of the road. I'm waving my arms like, dude, I got a flat tire. Can you help me? American fly by me, they're sitting there. And I'm like, it's not like I'm sitting there in a 71 Buick with like rust all over it. I'm like, bro, this is a $70,000 Land Rover. Can you give me some help here? Trust me, it's not going to be a financial detriment to you, And whereas this like old, entirely Mexican family, like a 20-year-old minivan with like dents in it and stuff, he pulls over, looks at me, says like 2 words in Spanish, pops open the back, pulls out a rope, ties it to my, my bumper, and he's like, "Yeah, you good to go?" I'm like, "Yes, I guess you're a mechanic. Awesome, let's go." Pulls me across the border into the United States, right? And all these Americans, get out of our way. What the hell are you doing? I'm like, you wish you had one friend like that your whole life.
That's right.
And the saddest part is I don't think anyone looked at that and been like, oh, wow, you know what? Maybe I'll do something different next time. Maybe I'll help a person out, And it was 100%. Just amazing to me. What was kind of nice, actually, because, again, if you're like pulling a car behind you through a border checkpoint, a lot of times immigration's like, no, you got to cut the. And so I'm like waving my arm out the air because they're telling me to stop, right? Because there's supposed to be this distance between, and I'm going. And the guy's like, no. I'm like, no. And I said, look, he's pulling me across. And the guy looked out, he looked at the Mexican family, he looked in, and he looked at the rope behind, and he looked at me and he's like, because he's like, you're not trying to mule blow across the gut. Only a moron would do that in this scenario. And he's like, and so we get up there, and of course, the guy can't really stop, right? Because he's got all I can do is put the brakes on. And he pulls me across, and I had my passport ready because I'm not going to just like screw around. And I'm like, U.S. citizen, I'm coming across. This is in Tecate. And he's like, okay, well, good luck, man. And I've discovered that scenarios like that, like when you're sitting there and you're basically broadcasting with your sphere, your cool kids table that you carry around, when you're like, Go ahead.
Sorry, got to take this real quick, bro.
Okay, go ahead. When you're, sitting there and you're in this scenario and other people are watching it, I'm amazed at how like their behavior changes. And then I don't know about you guys, but like when that occurs in my life, I'm almost fueled to do more of it. I'm not sitting there going, where can I get the opportunity to basically get a flat tire and get pulled over on the side of the road and like wave my arms in the air in the middle of the desert, praying to God someone comes by with me and maybe they'll have some water too, so I don't, die out here. But it's like, these scenarios come up and then I find that I really want to be a part of it. There was a guy yesterday, and maybe I'm sure you've seen this, Jeremy, and a lot of you guys that have been here before, if you ever walked in front of a 7-Eleven where they're doing the deliveries, they don't just like carry one case of water, whatever, in at a time.
Yeah.
They have their friend load up 7 cases high on their back, and then they carry it. So there's a guy doing that, and he's walking up the stairs of the BTS. Okay, now that is a muscular challenge for some people in good shape. This guy, naturally, he weighs like 50 kilos and he's carrying like 90 kilos of water. And this is like, and the stuff, like, it falls over. And you'll also appreciate this too, because of the whole class, and hierarchy. And well, I'm coming down the stairs and I'm like, oh my God. So I like take off my bag. I throw it on the ground. I go over there and I grab one of these things of water. And I'm like, where are we going to go with these? And he's like, oh, no, don't take me. And I'm like, dude, I weigh 3 times what you weigh. Like I could literally put 2 of these underneath my. And, I'm also, I'm thinking they're going, well, hey, maybe I'll make a friend, but of course he speaks 0 English because, he's a 355 to 500 baht a day guy. And he's just like basically moving product from point A to point B. He's got a little cart down on the thing, and I'm doing this. And it was interesting because, he looks at me and he's like, this farang is like, this is weird. Like, why is this occurring? And it was to the respect thing though. I mean, he's big, like bowing, and doing all this thing. And I was almost like, God, I mean, what experience have you had with foreigners in the past that you think you need to like kiss my ass? I'm like, dude, like I'm another guy. And I'm just like, can I help? He's like, oh, no, you don't need to help me. It's okay. I'm thinking, I wonder why. I mean, again, I would probably do the same thing too. Like someone tries to help me, like, no, don't worry about it, dude. I got it. Yeah. But I thought to myself, because there's nobody else around, and so I'm thinking, I wonder why he didn't sort of allow me to help him. And, a lot of times people have pride and that sort of thing, and he wanted to do his job to the best of his ability. But I think, again, there's a part of me that believes I have a responsibility over here to act as the best ambassador, basically, of every American, because what's the downside?
I preach that so much for one reason, because there are so many. I learned this in the Philippines when I lived in Nueva Vizcaya, way up north, right? So some of those people have never seen a white man. Never.
Wow.
That's how far out in the boonies. It's about a 4-hour drive. About a 4-hour drive east, southeast from Baguio. So.
Oh wow! So mountains, in the mountains? Was it cold?
No, it's at the bottom of all. Okay. It's at the bottom of all that stuff. But they had never seen white people before, and when I would go up there. Yeah, touching me. Hey Joe. That's what they say. And I made this video called Racism and Rudeness in the Philippines, where this guy had commented that he thought it was rude that he got stared at and called Joe. And I was like, I don't think it's rudeness at all. I was like, you got to be kidding me, man. That these people have likely never seen a white person before. And on the other tip of that, their staring is not because they don't like you. They're curious. They want you to stick around and stay, and look at you and that kind of thing. And when you figure that out, and my whole goal when stuff like that happened was to represent. I'm thinking to myself, I am representing every American in America right now. Yeah, like totally. Because they may never see another American.
Right.
They may never see another white person. I don't know. Hopefully they will, but I'm just saying, at that point in time. And I try to carry that same demeanor here in Thailand, especially when I get out in the rural areas. Like when I lived in Rayong, there's some really rural areas around there, and it was very easy for me to be like. Let me put it to you like this. I took on a leadership role. I told everybody I lived in a recovery community for 15 months after everything, right? So I took on a leadership role as the president of the association of the people that were staying there, right?
Yeah.
And the first thing I learned was my counselor told me before I took it, he said, you must lead by example. That means
sounds so simple, doesn't it?
Yeah, it sounds so simple. And then he explained what leading by example meant. And I was like, so basically, there is no room for me to be negative about anything. He said, that's correct. He said, I said, there's no room for me to mess up like do something stupid myself. He said, that's correct. I was like, so no fights. That's correct.
Right.
Like he was all that, and that was my first true. Like I'd been team leaders and supervisors and like manufacturing home plants before. I'd been an internet sales supervisor for a car company that for a Honda dealership, but I had never really understood what the meaning of lead by example. What it actually meant to lead by example. And what's up, Aztec? Good to see you,
How
bro.
you doing there, brother? I saw him pop in. Nice, right?
Yeah, and but that's where I learned about the lead by example and just how effective leading by example could be. Like, I can't give away too much information, but where I work is not is owned by half Thai, half Western people, right?
Okay.
So the super respectful Thai that you would normally get if you worked at just a Thai job, sometimes it's not there.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
So you have to be able to look through that. But the biggest thing about leading by example is if you lead by example, even if you pretend to lead by example, you're going to make yourself a better person, whether you want to or not.
Yeah. I mean, well, because here's the thing is that you've got pretty much almost immediate feedback. Like if someone's doing something and you're like, oh, come on, how come you're doing crap? Because I did it yesterday.
Yep.
You know? And it's, I don't have kids, so I don't know how that like shows up sort of in the parental area, but I can tell you that Gracie's daughter, I mean, she's adopted the desire, at least we'll see. I mean, again, she's 13, so she has the desire to do what I do for a living. In another month, she may want to be a fireman too.
Right.
She also wants a mountain bike. And, but she's like, well, I want to be an engineer because Tito Mike's an engineer. And I'm like, man, I just almost passed out. I'm like, okay. But I told her, I said, look, here's the thing. You kind of got to work your ass off.
Yeah.
Like, and I'm like, now the downside is that like, and she's a leader. She's one of these born leaders. I mean, and also she's physically tall. And so in the Philippines, when you're in class, there's a couple of things they look for. In the girls, they look for physical beauty, right? Because they always have a friggin' fashion show like every 6 months.
Always.
But she's also physically taller. And so there's like those two things added together. She's like the leader of, she's like, her homeroom class kind of thing. And then she's the, and then they have like beauty pageants and stuff, which, I mean, it's a weird popularity contest that I don't necessarily think breeds real good leadership. But the cool part is that the way that she operates with very little, well, no, I could say she watches her mom, but with, limited coaching, I mean, she's very humble and, she's not like, oh yeah, I'm pretty gorgeous and all this stuff. No, and so that's really good because if she started acting like that way, I'd be like, done. You're going to military camp. You are not get that chip off of your, you know. And so, I mean, she's got just an amazing amount of integrity from living in the village. And I know you've talked about this. I know I've talked about it with guys too. And they're like, you know, where can I find a good girl? Totally blanket statement, you know, like, well, first you got to show up as a good guy, dude.
That's right.
You know, but, you know, there are also scenarios like, you know, if you go to the barber long enough, you end up looking like me, right? But if you, if you hang out on, you know, Soy Cowboy, right? Well, you're probably not going to meet someone, you know, from a upper middle class family getting their masters, you know,
100%.
but, you know, there's a possibility. It's just not a high probability. But I mean, she's from this village where, you know, there's not a whole lot of like competition. There's not a whole lot of sort of motivation to be the next entrepreneur.
Right.
There's a lot of integrity and there's a lot of honesty and there's a lot of love, but there's also a lot of, look, I just got to survive. Like I just got to sell enough pencils at my store here in the market so that I can buy some lechon tonight and eat tonight.
Right.
And so there's honesty, and so that, but it's the creativity and that sort of thing. And I think that that's one of the things that really is going to allow her to just take what she's learned now and be that infamous good girl, because she's got such a foundation for it. And to your point, it's like, you know, I've met very few guys that have said, oh yeah, I spent 15 months in a recovery home and I'm relapsing chronically. Rare. It's not, you know, because you always hear, oh, well, how come you relapse? So I stopped going to meetings. It's like, well, how did you start out? Well, you know, I went to like one meeting a week and I dicked around with it for a little bit. Okay, dude, look, here's the deal. You want to talk about, here's the best thing I ever didn't do in moderation. Get my ass to meetings. When I first got
100%. They didn't give us a choice, you know. So and then I was for 15 months. For 15 months it was bred in me to go every day. So that just continued for like the next 3.5 to 4 years. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, first 5 years of mine, I went to meeting almost every day just because I was bonkers. This guy asks an interesting question, RM. I don't know if I've seen you on the channel before, man, but that's pretty cool. I guess Ray in London is his name. Anyway, looking forward to early retirement. Hopefully 50,000 baht works. That's a question. And I don't, I mean, there's obviously very limited detail in there, but, you know, I will tell you right now that if you're looking for retirement and you think, you know, if you've got 50,000 baht a month, okay, that works. But I mean, if you have 50,000 baht, you're going to vacation in Thailand for about a week. You can live for a month. You can survive kind of thing, you know, and you can be comfortable if you're already over here and you already get it. But, you know, day one vacationing in Thailand, 50,000 baht. I mean, that's your first withdrawal from the ATM. You know, so I'd be real cautious. Yeah. Okay. So he says per month. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. 50,000 baht a month, dude. That's actually pretty good. I mean, it depends what you want to do. If you want to live in a brand new condo that is in Ekamai or Asok or Prompong, then all of that money will go to that apartment and you won't be able to eat. And if you want to travel, then, you know, that's you're going to be limited to doing that.
You're going to be traveling from the living room to the bathroom.
Yeah, that's going to be it. And potentially you'll have the air conditioning on. But anyway, he says we'll also have around 300,000 pounds savings for contingencies. Yeah, you're golden. 300,000 pounds.
That'll be good. I'll put it to you this way. I don't make 50,000 baht a month. So
pretty close.
Close, but not
teaching
not,
plus YouTube.
Teaching plus YouTube is close. Yeah. Teaching plus AdSense is close. I don't count travel funds as making money really because like that money just sits until it's spent. You know what I mean?
Right.
But yeah, plus AdSense. Yeah, I used to, guys, at one point in time, like last year, at one point in time, I remember a month, including AdSense and my salary, teaching. I had a video go viral and another one go semi-viral. Between the combination of the two, I made about almost $4,000 that month, and I still had the ROI from America coming in. That's actually $5,000. Excuse me. And I can remember going to. This is what I talk about having money saved. That's what that thing is at the bottom of the screen. That's my channel fund, my travel fund. This
the DoMoreLife travel fund, baby.
The DoMoreLife travel fund. That's it. And the reason I like having such a cushion when it comes to that money. Do you think when I went to, that was when I was going to Pattaya every weekend, basically. Do you think when I went to Pattaya on a 3-day weekend that I worried about how much money I spent or how late I stayed out, how much video I recorded? Dude, I recorded like 19 videos on a 3-day weekend.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I live streamed from there. Had food, had the nightlife, had a decent hotel, so I'm not just sleeping in some random hotel, on the inside. Not that there's anything wrong with one of my favorite hotels in LK Metro, but I'm not sleeping on the outside. Outside of LK Metro with all that music. Yeah, I'm getting a good night's sleep when I want to go to sleep, and I'm bringing you guys content live from Pattaya, and I'm bringing you content in videos for the next 2 freaking weeks off of one 3-day trip.
1 weekend trip, yeah.
1 weekend trip, and that's where. That's why the travel fund is so important on my channel. So
I see a good question by Carl K on your channel about health insurance. That's always an important nugget of information for guys.
Where is he? Let me find him real quick.
Pretty much down the bottom.
There he is. He says, Carl K, isn't JC's health insurance covered by his school? I'm 51, jumps to about 140 a month siblings. That is a great question. And there is a health insurance package that the school offers, which is kind of ridiculous, to be honest with you. It is not. Well,
it's probably pretty cheap. It's probably like less than 1,000 baht. And
yeah, it's extraordinarily cheap, and you get what you pay for.
Right.
I have my own insurance through AIA over here. I have two policies that cost me about 34,600 baht a year. Now it'll change next year because I'll be 40. I have to pay a little bit more. But this insurance, I have 2 plans: an emergency plan, so if I stub my toe or if I'm walking and break an ankle or whatever the case may be, if a mosquito bites me and the itch is too bad, I can go to the emergency room and show them my emergency card, and everything's covered. There's no copay for anything, and that's up to $1 million baht. Then I have a hospital, doctors, medication, all that stuff. Some medication, not all, but it covers all the hospital. Covers doctors, nurses, meds in the hospital, and that's another $1 million baht policy. And those two together were just a little bit over. They were about, I think, about $1,300 US. So for $1,300 US for the entire year, I am completely 100% covered, and that is so much better than the insurance package I have at work, which is like you pay for it up front and then we reimburse you later. And that's if you go to a place that's covered. With the insurance I have, I can go anywhere.
Right. Well, the other thing to remember too is that you've got a work permit and you're paying taxes here, so you're paying Social Security. So you could actually go to a Thai government hospital, and get care for free. And there's, I think there's one, if not two, at least one. It's in Bangkok. It's outside Bangkok in the outskirts, but it's one of the best hospitals in Bangkok, and it's a state hospital, it's a government hospital. But
it is.
The wait is long.
Yeah, normally the wait is long, and the government hospitals care. Like, let me give you an example. I got sick one weekend in Pattaya, and I went to the big boy hospital there, the international hospital in
Pattaya International
Pattaya.
on Soy 3.
Yeah, no, not the international. The one that's right across from the Red Planet Hotel or whatever. Not
Bangkok Hospital, Pattaya.
No. Yeah, Bangkok Hospital, Pattaya. That's what it was.
Yeah.
So I went there, and to treat me, they were gonna require 11,000 baht worth of total care. Okay, this was before I had insurance.
Okay.
Right. They were gonna 11,000 baht, and what they were gonna do is they were gonna put a pump in me. They were gonna shoot some IV stuff in me.
Yep.
And they were gonna send me home with a bunch of meds, but it was just bam, 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 and I was done. And when I got there, I wound up paying 7,000 baht for all the services and just didn't take the meds because it was so expensive. I was living in Rayong at the time. I had not been working there long enough to have the full coverage insurance yet that they offered. So I went to a government hospital in Rayong. The wait was about 3.5 hours.
Sure.
I got the exact same workup. CT. Actually, I don't think they did CT there. I think they did an ultrasound, and they did blood work and a few more things, and all the medication that I needed, and they gave me that pump in the arm with different medication in it because I told them what had happened, and all of that was 996 baht.
Yeah, sure.
Exact same treatment, exact same medications. That's the difference in the quality of hospital. Now that I have this insurance, I can definitely go to a mid-level hospital, which is what the Bangkok Pattaya. That's
Bangkok
what that
Hospital,
was.
Pattaya. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a chain.
So yeah, that's like the mid-level before you go to international hospitals, right? International hospitals are just a little bit outside of, like, it would cost a little bit more than what my insurance covers. But for a private hospital, that mid tier, which is perfectly fine for just about anything, I'm covered. And I want to answer a couple of other comments. Good question, Carl, by the way.
I saw the question about Cowboy, Kosan Road, or Walking Street. It depends what you want, dude. Depends what you want.
Yeah, it really does. I've only been to Kosan Road once. I've been to
Kosan Road
Cowboy once.
Ridiculous.
It is. And Walking Street, I'm not aware of a Walking Street in Bangkok. I assume he's talking about Pattaya.
Pattaya, probably.
Yeah. Walking Street in Pattaya is not even really that impressive. You got to kind of get off the beaten path. If you want the real nightlife experience and that kind of thing that everybody talks about, sure, go to go to Walking Street or whatever. But if you get off the beaten path, if you get back on Soy Diamond and Soy Honey, not
Diana,
and then you get on the little. In some cases, you can get on the outskirts of Pattaya. There are some places, and that kind of thing. Take in the whole experience, man. Just make you a list. Say, I want to experience the nightlife, and just go.
And again, it depends what you want. I mean, look, one of the most fun times I've ever had in Pattaya was at iBar, Insomnia, right there on Walking Street.
Yeah.
And that's fun. That's totally fun. One of the times that I never laughed so hard in my life was going to, I wanted to say Marine Room, but that's not the name of it. It's the one where all the lady boys go at about 2 a.m. It's like Marine. You know the one I mean? It's down the street from my bar.
I know where you're talking about. It used to be there. I'm not sure if it's still there anymore, but yeah,
good point. Yeah. So, and that was fun. And then there's that one that's across the way, which is like the symbol of the UK, the London Underground. You know, that's kind of a fun place if you want to just like hang out, play some pool. If you like live music, there's a few cool places there too. If you want to go watch, his name is not, it's not Jim Morrison and it's not Van Morrison. It's like, the guy that's really popular. He's like real popular Thai guy. You know, so I mean, but again, and that's a totally different experience than Soy Cowboy. Soy Cowboy is just basically like a very clean version of Soy 6. It's bar, 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 bar. I mean, that's all it is. Like there's no massage parlors, there's no CVS, there's no 7-Eleven. It's just boom, 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 boom. And you know, and again, don't forget too, we're not talking about like this Saturday. I mean, those places are Deadsville. Okay. So we're basically referring back to like last October, last November, like when the world was normal. And you know, the other thing about Walking Street too is, again, if you go there on a normal time, especially in high season, you know, there's going to be like full Chinese tour groups. There's going to be some guy with a stick with like a little flag on top of it, and there'll be full families walking through Walking Street. There'll be like 13-year-old girls with their 45-year-old grandparents, and you're like, dude, there's like hookers there. Like, what are you doing with? And, oh my god, taking pictures like crazy. You know, that guy with the big wallet with the flames in it who like does the cigarette thing. I mean, we all see these, you know, and so there's a little bit more entertainment value on Walking Street. And Cowboy is also like maybe 4 meters wide. It is
it's a
tiny.
very narrow street, very street.
Kosan Road doesn't have stuff like that. Kosan Road has more like backpackers, and I mean, you can buy like 20-cent flip-flops. It's got decent food. But yeah, I mean, they're remaking it too. Someone also mentioned that. That's another thing. You know, you might want to.
Then you have Nana, the Nana area.
Yeah, and Nana Plaza is interesting. I mean, it's a different. I guess you could argue it's kind of like Cowboy, because Cowboy is almost like the Disneyland of red light districts. I mean, it's, you know, in the sense that, I mean, well, first of all, you're going to be safe no matter where you go. Although Kosan Road, you might be a little bit less safe. But
Kosan Road, you could potentially run into a problem there.
Yeah, pickpocketer or something like that. Probably a white guy.
Probably.
But you might want to also consider Pat Pong, you know, which is like an old, disgusting original version of, you know, kind of like a red. It's gross, really. I mean, there's like a right. I mean, it's like a night market in the middle of it with
I
like
haven't been there.
stuff.
I haven't been there.
Oh, seriously? Yeah. And it's right off Siloam, right? And kind of like at the southwestern section point of Lumpini, and then you just kind of like walk down the street a little bit. Yeah,
I've
it's
seen
not.
The sign, but I haven't never been.
Yeah, it's nothing to write home about, really.
I haven't been inside of Nana, which is got me kind of curious, because I'm curious to see what Nana Plaza is all about. I walked down Soy Cowboy, but that was during the day, and I walked down Khaosan Road, but that was also during the day. I haven't been out in any of these places at night.
Really?
Wow,
that's interesting. Because I mean, again, not that you need to like sow your wealth, but it's just like, well, I mean, everyone's talking about it. I got to see it, right?
Yeah, of course.
And so that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, Nana's like kind of interesting, you know, and that sort of thing. It's funny. Aztec. I don't know. Have you ever been to Thailand at all? I can't remember about that, but yeah, Soy 6. When we refer to soy, when I refer, you know, probably same with you, we refer to Soy 6, you know, 6th Avenue, basically, in Pattaya, and it is nonstop bars. Bars. There's no discos.
Bars. There's a
massage place.
Yeah, there's a few of those, and there is also a very good restaurant. It used to be there. I don't know if it still is.
Yeah, it's like
Victoria.
British,
is that what it is? Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah. I met Kev. I had dinner there with Kev and Rob maybe a year and a half ago.
Okay,
Kev and Rob. I had dinner there with them, and it's it really good food, and it's just like this wonderful place, and you can stay. They have rooms upstairs.
I know the one you mean. Yeah, from the beach. Right.
Yep, you have to stay up. You have to stay for a month, and it's 15,000 baht, which is not bad at all, considering you're in the middle of Soy 6.
You're in the middle of the disaster waiting to happen.
Yeah, which is if you are that person, right? If you're that person, and I don't judge people, or I try not to judge people, but if you're that person, that may be the spot. That's the spot for you. It's definitely not the spot for me.
If you go,
I don't even go. I don't even go back. When I go to Pattaya, I don't even go to Soy 6 anymore. Like I know what's there. Like
what's intense. I mean, it's,
Yeah.
to the whole, like, sowing your wild oats, got to get the patty out of your system kind of thing. I mean, you can be really efficient if you want to go to
really
you
efficient.
just boom, 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 literally,
Yeah.
right? But I mean, it's a disaster. It is like a bad idea in a glass. I mean, and then if you want to go 6'1", if you guys know what 6'1" means, that's basically the back alley of soy 6. And rarely,
I'm gonna let Mike talk about this. I'm not saying anything about 6'1".
That's right. Oh yeah, screw the monetization on DoMoreLife after this one, right?
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying I'm not talking about 6'1". If you want to talk about it, go ahead.
Just go there, guys. I mean, we're almost at the point of inside joke right now. But yeah, you got to. You got to go to experience it.
I accidentally walked down soy 6'1".
Accidentally. I accidentally had this straw up my nose, and all this white powder suddenly just jumped into my nose.
When I first started going to Pattaya, everybody kept talking about soy 6,
right?
And so you come to 6'1" first.
I just see the sign. You like /1. Okay, this must be it.
Yeah, I was like, oh, this is it. So I'm walking. I'm on foot, right?
Awesome.
Listen, if you want to experience something in life that's more scary than skydiving or bungee jumping or
it's not that,
or more that if you want to experience something that could potentially leave you with PTSD, walk down Pattaya soy 6'1". That's what
he's making it sound like there's machine gun fire on this thing.
It is not for me. I can barely handle soy 6, but when I went down 6'1", I was like, Jesus Christ, please let me make this walk.
Just let me make it. Yeah. Look straight. Don't make eye contact. Look down.
I was coming from Second Road and I was going toward Beach Road, right? And I was just like, God, please just let me make it to Beach Road, and I won't even look for soy 6. I was like,
I'll never look at another girl again. Oh my God.
It was a mess, man. It was a mess. So I don't mess around with 6'1" very much. Now I did turn down 6'1" once when I had my NMAX,
it's a great way to cut through. You're not going to cut through on soy. Plus, it essentially is a one way, the other way, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
Not really, but here's an interesting question by RM about the new elite visa versus the standard retirement visa. I mean, at the end of the day, it's you're comparing two very different items. The elite visa, again, there's multiple versions of it, but let's, for the sake of argument, go for the lowest priced one, which is basically 500,000 baht, and it allows you to stay in the kingdom continuously for 5 years. And it also gives you a little bit of elite privilege. You don't get things like limo rides and, golf course discounts and that sort of thing, but you do get a guy who basically handles all of that sort of thing. So that is what that gives you. A retirement visa never lasts more than 1 year. If you're able to leave Thailand close to the end of your first year and then return back in, then you can basically stay in Thailand for 2 years, if you will, on that visa, again, provided you can leave within the first year and stamp back in. The cost is significantly different, obviously. The retirement visa is about $300. And when I say about, I mean because depending upon where you live and where you are, to prove that you're not a criminal, if you get this visa in the United States, you can, in theory, go down to your local police station and have them print out something that says you're not a criminal. Or you can do it the way I did it, which is go through the whole FBI.gov process, give them your fingerprints, which costs $50 just for them to scan your thing. And then you got to go through it, and then you got to wait 24 hours. Then it shows up, so at the end of the day, they can end up costing, let's say, $500 all in to do everything you need to do, get pictures and everything. So, you're, and then at the 1 year, if you can't leave Thailand and you need to stay here, then you need to have money in a Thai bank account. Unless you're getting those visas in your home country, you got to have the money in a Thai bank account, which is the 800,000 baht, to be able to basically transition into an O visa with a retirement extension. So, it's two very different things. If you have zero desire to like have to do stuff, and just pay your way through convenience, then the elite visa is precisely what you can do. Finally, right now in August, you can't not get into Thailand with a retirement visa, even if you have all of the other check boxes, unless you can go through a significant amount of proof that you have residency here, or of course that you're married. But he specifically said without the marriage thing,
right?
But without a work permit and just the retirement, game over. However, there's the very real discussion about the fact that they're going to let people with elite visas back in, because again, at the end of the day, those people are wealthy, is the presumption.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's sort of my,
because the minimum 5-year visa is 500,000 baht, so you're looking about $13,500 or something like that. But it's good for 5 years, like Mike said, and it's it for me it would be a way to go, but I would eventually have to. At this point in my life, I would have to have a work permit, so that's why I'm on a non-B visa. My question, Mike, to you is this. This is something about I'm very, very well versed. What am I trying to say? Well versed in the non-B category and the work permit. I understand what it is and that kind of thing.
You got
when working for a Thai company, such as a school, right?
Yep.
So let's hypothetically say, okay, this is complete hypothetical. Let's say hypothetically I was 50 years old and I got that retirement visa, okay, and I had the 800K in the bank, and I just decided, hey, I'm going to open up a lounge or something like that.
Basically, start a Thai company.
Yeah, basically, yeah. So do I get a work permit and then own the company, or do I get a non-B visa and then own the company? Because I'm thinking you have to have a non-B visa.
Yeah. And by non-B, you mean non-immigrant business visa. Yeah, just so we're clear. So the short answer is that, again, you stated if I were to open which to me means that you're going to register a company and you're going to be on the board. You're going to be
let me back up because I didn't give you all the information.
Okay.
So let's say that someone already owns the building that I want to put my lounge in. Okay. And I know that person, and they've given me what the rent is every month, and I can afford the rent. And then I'm gonna essentially be like taking over the management of that establishment.
Okay. So well, you mentioned two things. You know, the guy that owns all that means is that you're going to be a renter of a physical property. But I mean, if you're saying you're going to be the manager, you're going to be an employee of the limited company that is basically this, what did you say? Lounge?
Lounge. Yeah.
Then you as an employee, that company needs to effectively sponsor your B visa, which is that's no big deal. But they need to absolutely sponsor your work permit, right? And that's an annual sort of renewal process, and so that's effectively what you need to do. And then they'll pay your Social Security, and again, you'll be sort of back. I mean, really, it's no different than you working for your school. It's just another business. That does something different.
Because that was my question. Like, I wanted to know if it was like how much difference there would be, like working for or starting a business, even though we're renting a property, we're also starting a business, right?
Okay, so in other words, there is not a corporation formed. There is not a limited company yet. You're going to instantiate that.
Yeah. Okay. Hypothetically, we're going to like, maybe I'll find a partner, right?
Yeah, sure. You and some other guy, you're going to start a business.
Right. We're going to start a business. So
you're going to sell widgets.
Exactly. And we're going to do that from a person that has a building already, and we're going to rent the building.
Yeah. But again, the person's irrelevant, right? I mean, all you just know some landlord guy.
Right.
And you're going to basically sell your widgets inside this guy. So, I mean, it could be in his building or it can be in some lady that you meet on the street and all of a sudden she has a building and she's your landlord. So that part doesn't go into, consideration. It's more of the whole What's the business going to be? That sort of thing. If this is a treaty of amnesty, amity company, then, you know, for them to basically give you a B visa with a work permit, they're going to need to make sure another 4 Thai employees exist under the payroll of that company. And or if for whatever reason what you're doing, you get certified under BOI, Board of Investment, then that's no longer a requirement. If you're doing something that's heavily technology related, then you can get a smart visa, you know, and that comes with a work permit. Right. It's attached to it. And to get one of those, all you got to do is take the business plan effectively and present it to the smart visa people. And their expectation is, okay, so, I mean, so that's an option. But I mean, you said lounge, so I assume it's like a restaurant in this scenario.
Yeah, like a restaurant hangout area, that kind of thing. Maybe
so,
you know.
Yeah, so in that scenario, there's nothing sort of technology specific. There's no attachment with Board of Investment. There's no attachment with Thailand 4.0. There's no big, you know, earth-shattering offering you're doing, and don't mean that disrespectfully, but
no. I'm trying to find out what category it fits, because this Thai amity. I don't understand what that is. Yeah, Treaty of Amity. Is that the deal we have with the Americans have with Thailand?
Yeah. So years ago, basically, the United States saved Thailand's ass. And so as part of that, they said, okay, we're going to do this Treaty of Amity thing. And then one of the many things in there, with a lot of people just refer to, is the fact that an American citizen can own 100% of a Thai company versus what is very common in many countries, which is a foreigner cannot own 100% of a company. And you know, some people say there's some benefit to it. I would recommend that you do your research. There's very limited benefit.
That's what I'm thinking, that is the limited benefit, because it seems to me, I've been reading through all this stuff, because eventually I don't know. You know, one day down the road, something may happen.
It's a common scenario. That's a very good question.
Yeah. So, and a lot of people think about this. So I thought, why not talk about it a little bit, right? So if I feel like I've read through everything. I wanted to hear your opinion, because you know more than I do, and it seems to me the simplest way to do it is to do the 5149. With Thai person, and particularly if you're going to open a business that serves either, you know, as a lounge or as a nightlife venue or something like that. A lot of people think about opening those kind of things.
Sure.
It seems to me that having a 51% Thai person with you, right, would make the most sense, because they would bring in more business. that would be.
Well, it depends who your you know, ideal customer is. If your ideal customer for a lounge is a Thai person, then you know, you're going to need to also make sure you got sticky rice always available, kind of thing, right? And so and Tom Yum. But if your clientele is foreigners, you know, that sort of thing, well, then, you know, that's different. But at the end of the day, and all you got to do is just make sure that, you know, you have it. Well, so it's much more important in Thailand to have a really good, trustworthy, competent accountant than it is in the United States. In the United States, you and I could basically form an LLC. We could form a C Corp for that matter. We could manage the entire company financially inside of QuickBooks. And then come March, click on the print all the stuff I need for the IRS button. And that software will regurgitate out all of our expense. You know, and then we just sort of attach that, and we do a Schedule C, and we do bam. Well, that's not the case here. And it's not the case in many other foreign countries too. I mean, the biggest pain in the neck was monthly tax submittals in Mexico. Oh my God. You know, and so anyway, so you got to have someone that just handles that. The other thing, though, is that, you know, you just get, and then all you got to do is really make sure that, you know, there are 4 Thai employees for every foreigner. Right. That's what's like really important. And
that shouldn't be a problem in my hypothetical scenario. I'm just running different ideas through my head and thinking about things that people ask me a lot, you know, because these are questions that I get asked a lot.
And obviously, right, as you and I have both talked about before, one of the people that I believe we both sort of respect and look up to is, Ben Hart over at Integrity Legal. I've used his services. You've used their services. They're very competent. He's a dual citizen, Thai citizen and U.S. citizen, trained U.S. attorney, of course. And then he's also got the attorney mind. Right. So he's able to sort of say, okay, well, this is the next thing we should do. Process, procedure, bam, bam, bam. This costs $1,100. This costs $1,300. This is going to be, so there's that part, which is really good. And then at the end of the day, if you've got any business, I would submit that involves interface with humans that could potentially be drunk, you need a very good insurance policy because the likelihood of a Thai person potentially getting really drunk there and not doing anything wrong, but being assaulted, it's not going to be the Thai guy's fault.
Right.
And so you're going to need to make sure that you have enough, because of course, the foreigner, if they get drunk and they completely make a fool of themselves, they're potentially not going to have taken that chip off their shoulder like you and I have learned to do. And, if they get kicked out of the bar, one of the statements they may make drunk in the street with their pants off is, "I'm an American, don't you know?"
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, you're going to have to babysit that friggin' guy, but
yeah.
But yeah, I mean, again, dude, it's not like, and all of Soy 6 is, 80% of Soy 6 is owned by the Nightwish Group, and that is an investment company that is very U.S., if you will, very foreigner based. Mm-hmm. But they also have a ton of Thai employees, as well as I don't really know what a 1099 employee over here is called, but you know what I mean, right? Someone who's basically not, they get paid, but they're not on the payroll.
Right.
In a consultant. So, and I don't know if that occurs over here. I know that one of my first B visas, or my first B visa, the paperwork labeled me as a consultant.
That's what I would. That's what I would like to be for my business if I was ever.
But you can't really do that anymore. Like, in other words, you can't just pay a service to $700 and you get a B visa. That's very difficult now. The only way to get a B visa is to really be part of a real company. Right. That is managed, so I don't know. Anyway, as I mentioned, Integrity Legal, obviously you double click on that in the scenario. But the other thing too, is that I always recommend to anybody that's like, well, find someone else who's done it before.
Yeah.
And because usually, especially if they're, like us, meaning they're like Western and they sort of talk about business and stuff. Like, what do you sit down with some guy you've never met before. Within the first 10 minutes, what do you do? Where are you from? What do you do?
Right.
Exactly. And a lot of times those people are very willing to share their successes and their failures, and usually it begins the statement with, "Dude, whatever you do, don't ... And then you start listening. You're like, okay, wait, there's gold coming. I'm going to write this down. So
that's 100% true, man. 100% true. And so those should be some good answers to questions that a lot of people ask. I get a lot, like I said, the reason I brought it up is because one, I may do something like that way down the road. And two, people ask me a lot about it, so I thought, why not put that there?
No, totally. I think it's a cool discussion. It's kind of fun. Actually, okay, you're going to have to either take this question or one of yours. I got to go throw this away and then upgrade. I'll be right back.
Okay. Let me hop over here to it. Joseph says 2 hours, Mark. I'm here for the next 2 hours. I hear you, brother. Aztec still hanging around. I'm wrong. Hey, Gordon. Good to see you, man. Income affidavits are shady as that. Yeah. Income affidavits aren't even allowed in Thailand anymore. Not at least for Americans, UK citizens, and I believe Australia as well. So, that's not, if you're talking about applying in the U.S. Okay, sorry, my bad. That's what I get for trying to catch the conversation halfway through. But Jim says, since following my moderation and attitude rule, Mike, he's talking to Mike. He says, my business has been successful. Health is good. Going from economy to business class to Bangkok, and now I have gratitude. Wow. That's a good story, man. I don't know anything about your business. That must be a Mike. You must have told Mike about that. But the fact that you are that your health is good and you've gone from economy to business class says a lot about the time that you've taken to get in all that stuff. That's for sure. Aztec says no, the hotels are going to be okay. He means the average Thai is hurt. Yep, I agree with that. There's a lot of stuff going on over here in Thailand that I just don't talk about because it's not my place to. So,
what was that about?
Oh, well, no, I was just reading that. I was thinking about, I don't know if Joseph gives these numbers. If you notice on your channel, it's like 23, and he's got thumbs up, then he's got
23 million.
Yeah, 23 million. What is that?
So that's sort of the joke between Joseph as well as King Leeway, which is basically you take whatever metrics you have and then you multiply that by 1 million because that's how many people are actually viewing you in the Philippines. So if you have 23, so if you have like 23 people watching you, then that means you have 23 million Filipinos watching you. so that's why we do the shaka for that. Yeah.
I get it. I get it. That question that was up there was
Which
statement was for you, Mike.
From Jim Jets. Yeah, I saw that actually. Yeah, it was relative to moderation, which again, I was kind of tongue in cheeking that, Jim, but there are things that absolutely I totally get doing in moderation. It's a different sort of behavior too. I'm very risk tolerant, and that I think goes to my ability to potentially do some things that aren't in moderation. Trust me, I'm going to fully acknowledge the fact that there have been times in my life where I look back and say, should have done that in moderation. But the other thing too is that I'm also a big proponent of living life to the fullest, especially provided it doesn't cause any harm or disappointment in others. I'm not going to live my life to the fullest to the detriment of anybody else. That is horrible for me. But I totally get it, dude. And I can tell you that, the infamous, I love this phrase, and, you get it from like the little limericks or whatever when you were a little kid, which is slow and steady wins the race, right? Mm-hmm. And, but I am more of a entrepreneurial investor than a Warren Buffett investor. I absolutely love the concept and theory behind dividends. There's also a part of me that really likes gambling, right. Which of course in which we refer to in the United States as the stock market.
Right.
So there's a little bit of excitement there. But the other thing too is that, I only invest in companies that I feel as though I'm an owner of. I invest as an owner. I don't invest as a gambler.
Right.
And, so there's that. But again, I would think it's kind of like it's the risk tolerance really is more of, what maybe
and that's where I personally have grown in the last really in the last 2 or 3 months, to be honest with you. And that is
nice.
Being able to come into terms with the fact that at some point I'm going to have to take a risk. Mm-hmm. I'm going to have to take a risk and do something different. That's all there is to it, because doing something different, guys, that if you're doing something in your life and you're miserable doing it and it keeps happening over and over, definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over, and expecting different results. So at some point, I'm going to have to take a risk and step out and do something different. And I'm preparing myself for that risk versus reward, and trying my best to get a foothold on what could be coming next, rather than what I'm doing now.
I'll tell you from my 52-year-old glasses, if I were to look back and talk to my 39-year-old self, probably one of the things I would recommend is take more risks.
Yeah.
Now,
Oh, definitely.
you've
Definitely.
also moved to Thailand.
Yeah.
At 39, that would have sounded like an enormous risk. So your checkbox is done. So don't think, oh shit, Mike's told me to. I bet it. Well, definitely screw teaching English. I'm going to start, juggling cats on the Sukhumvit. No. That's not. But again, if I look back, it's like, I wish, the infamous, I wish I knew then what I know now, right?
Of course.
And
I saw a poster the other day that said you could be 45 and have right now you could be 45 years old and have $1 million, or you can you can be 45 years old and have $15 million, or you could go back to being 10 years old, start your life over at 10, and know everything you know now. And I'm like, that's me. That guy. Can I get that magic? I would much rather go back to being 10 and know what I know now.
and know what you know now. It's funny about that, though. I was talking about this yesterday, 2 days ago on a live stream, which is a statement my dad gave me years ago, which I absolutely love. And I remind him that he told me this even to today, which is I never learned a whole lot doing everything right the first time.
Right.
And if I knew everything I knew at 10, that I know now at 52, I'm real glad I tried cocaine and screwed
me too,
up my life. But if I knew now, like that sort of thing, once I hit like 21 with the 10-year-old knowledge, would I be like, well, time to start now? I doubt it, So it's funny.
See, I'm the opposite. I'm 100% confident, 100% confident that if I would have at 10 year, whenever the time machine dropped me off, right?
Today's knowledge, right? Exactly.
Yeah, I would have went straight out, started mowing yards, saving money, started my own little lawn care business and lemonade stands and everything. Whatever I could. 100% entrepreneur for my entire life.
Yeah.
I'd be retired at 35, and that's it.
I don't know the experiences along the way, though. I mean, I must say, that's because if I knew then what I know now, then when I rode my motorbike for the first time in Pattaya, I probably wouldn't have worn flip-flops. The old open-toed shoe thing, probably not a wise move. But it was an experience that, I wanted to do, and all this, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of bad choices I've made, and had I the knowledge that I shouldn't make those, I don't know. I think it would have removed a whole lot of excitement. It would have removed a shitload of great stories. That's for sure.
That's right. That's for sure. Yeah, definitely. I guess that would be the only downside is because I'm not in any way disappointed in who I am today. I'm just like, the decisions that I made have caused me to live a life that most people don't get to live. I've made some mistakes that most people don't make.
Yeah, there you go.
So I've got I'm kind of well rounded in some areas that other people may not be quite as much, right?
Yeah.
So that would be the downside to it. But at the same time, if I knew it, if I already knew it, I would just be like that. Like I could have so much fun doing other things than just that. I just think
agree.
that.
No, I know what you mean.
It's all hypothetical. I mean,
yeah, totally. It's funny. I see a few comments going back and forth as far as like how you vacation and how they only want the wealthy over here. Not necessarily only the wealthy, but they prefer the wealthy. And trust me, any retail establishment in the world prefers the wealthy, and that does trickle down to help some other people too. Don't forget. I wanted to touch on this one, which is the big money locations such as resorts are owned by wealthy Thais, so wealth benefits well. Some, yes. Many are owned by wealthy Chinese. So there's something to keep in mind there. They may be operated by wealthy Thais, but a lot of the property, a lot of times, has been invested in by Chinese. Not more than 50% necessarily. But there's a lot of profit that's going across the border. Just throwing that out there.
That's a fair point. I see Carl says and this is exactly what I would have done when Apple went public. I would have bought it at $12 a share too.
Oh yeah, sure, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and when I moved to Pacific Beach, California in 1989, I should have bought 75 condos because they were only 17 grand. I mean,
Right.
yeah, I mean that's absolutely the case, you know. And
He said,
go ahead.
I'm sorry. He said, JC concerned about future Social Security payouts since you're not paying FICA in the States. Well, I do pay Social Security taxes in states.
You pay Social Security, Medicare?
I pay Social Security, Medicare.
Mm.
And I do that because two things. One, working overseas, I would not have to pay that. I would be exempt, but I get a
for federal income tax. You still have to pay. You still have to pay Medicare.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So I pay those over here just to make sure that Social Security will be there. If it's there. If it's not there, whatever. You know, I'm trying. Yeah, Gordon, you got a good point there. But I'm trying to set myself up so that if Social Security exists or not, it doesn't matter. You know, if it does,
exactly.
Great. It's a bonus. You know, that kind of thing. So that kind of answers this question. He said, if I knew then what I know now, I would have started. I'm not going to say it.
Yeah, I would agree. Start it young, Carl. Is it, you know, because, you know, it's funny. So I got sober at 24 and I'm in these meetings, and a couple of years after I was there, you know, I mean, every day a new person comes in, right? And so this one guy comes in, I got about 2 years clean, and he comes in and he's 50. First day sober, 50 years old. And I'm like, dude, how did you last? Like, I lasted 3 years, and trust me, I was committed.
Oh yeah.
And
I did for 10, committed 10 years.
And I don't know how I was so insane after 6 months. I was bonkers after 6 months, paranoid and losing weight. I mean, you want to talk about a diuretic.
Right. Yeah.
The Peruvians, I'm surprised there's even one fat person that lives in Peru based on their massive export.
I am too, because that'll definitely get you. But it'll bring you down.
But yeah, start at 18, Carl. Go back and get your kids doing that. You know, Joseph asks an interesting question. Did Thais drink Coca-Cola? I'm going to let you give your 2 cents on that.
I don't think I've ever seen a Thai. Oh yeah, I have. Yeah, I have. Some of the Thais I work with drink Coca-Cola, but they always drink. And many of the expats over here, including Mike, is in love with the no sugar Coca-Cola, or
Coke Zero,
or Coke Zero, yeah. So, but I've never seen many Thais drinking Coca-Cola. Thais tend to drink a lot of water, and they also drink a lot of different
energy drinks.
Energy drink, yeah.
M150. Every single motorbike driver.
Oh, the motorbike taxi drivers, they probably spend half of their day's wages on those energy drinks.
Well, I mean, it's insane. Right? It's like whatever.
Yeah, it's insane how much they drink of that stuff. And
Aztec's comment, though, I would submit, is where I was going. That's what I was thinking. They drink Est, which is the cheaper version of Coca-Cola. It's very inexpensive. And the girls drink those, like, I think they're like 6.5 ounce glass bottles of like the yellow and the blue soda water. They're like 9 baht at Family Mart. But yeah, Est is very, very popular.
Est is very popular because it's cheaper, and like you said, it's cheaper, and it has a cola-ish taste to it. Doesn't taste anything like any Pepsi or Coke, but
flat.
Flat. It's especially if you get it in a plastic bottle. No, don't.
It's just
don't make that mistake.
Subpar, dude. Subpar.
Yeah. I did that the other day, and I mean, it's because I was out on
Oh, that's interesting, MetTech. You've never tried Airbnb. Yeah, I'll absolutely try it. I don't even know if I have a link. You probably have a link to that, right? In your description to Airbnb. Yeah. Click on his and then you get like he gets $30, you get something like that, right?
I don't have an affiliate link. I have an
don't?
affiliate link for somebody else that I know that has an Airbnb, but it's in the description.
Yeah, that's for give it a shot, dude. Because if you haven't signed up, it literally costs you nothing, and it'll help this or help Jeremy's friend actually. What is there was one that I was there we go. Any thoughts on the Thai baht? Been strengthening against Western currencies for years. Well, yes, and it's also been weakening. I mean, depends what timestamp you take. Must have knocked out many retirees on low income streams or not. Yeah, I mean, look, if you're from the UK, yeah, I remember when I first met Kev, it was like almost 50-1, and he had like moved all of his money over here. And I'm like, God, why'd you move all of it over? And he's like, I don't know, mate. I think I'm just going to be okay, great. And then bam, it went to like 38, and all of a sudden he's a trillionaire. Not literally, of course, but yeah, it was better. But I'll tell you this: here's my thoughts on that, and then Jeremy can give his. Is that when I first came here about 7.5 years ago, it was 29-1. And I was only used to 10 to 15-1 from Mexico. So now I'm in this new country that I've never been before, and I can get 29 of their units from one of mine. And I'm thinking this is amazing. It has never been below 29 since then. So from my perspective, all it's done is increase. Okay. Since I started coming here, because I opened my first bank account in about the first 2 weeks I got here, and been putting money into Casacorn, and so it's like ever since then, it's been 29 or more. But I can't tell you what it affects other people. I do not vacation or not vacation in Southeast Asia based on exchange rate. I don't I'm only getting 28,000 dong. I don't know if I can go to Ho Chi Minh City. It's irrelevant because it's so inexpensive over here compared to where I came from.
Exactly. Well, your last couple sentences there were exactly on point because of the inexpensiveness. But I will say this. As of right now, this very second, $1 US gets you 31.2 Thai baht. So here's the thing. I came from, and the peso in Philippines right now is 49. I started in the Philippines, and at that time it was about 50. It was between 50 and 51 pesos to the US dollar. Okay. So my coming to Thailand was a little bit different than Mike's coming to Thailand, because when Mike came to Thailand, he sees more. He's getting more value for his money. In my mind, right, I'm getting less value coming to Thailand for my money because of the exchange rate, because 50-1 in the Philippines, 30-1 over here in Thailand, right? But what you don't realize is the cost of living, to Mike's point, is so inexpensive. All you have to do is just take a look at your expenditures. I mean, just write them down or put them in a sheet. Or Siri just turned on and started copying all my words, by the way.
Siri. Why are these 90 paragraphs? Oh my God, we've been streaming for 3 hours. If you'd like to.
But it was for me, I realized how inexpensive things were. I probably should have, when I moved back to Bangkok, I chose a 9,000 baht apartment, which is only $300 a month. Don't get me wrong.
That's a great deal. Yeah.
It is a good deal, but I probably should have went a little less. But what I got.
How much less?
I could have went a little bit less, but not much to be in the area I'm in.
Like 8,000, maybe. I mean,
So could save $30 a month, something like that. But to get into what I'm in right now, and I never get to use any of this shit. So just understand, I don't have time for it. But let me explain.
In theory,
I live in theory, I live in a 9,000 baht apartment. Condo, huge place. Okay, it's got 2 pools, a theater, a library, a study area, a gym. What else is this place at? 24/7
security,
professional security. The whole 9 yards. They have, if you have a problem, it's fixed quickly, even though you have to pay for it. But there's, it is what it is. Like I had AC leak one time. It was 500 baht to get it all blown out and everything. Whatever, $15. Okay, totally. So I have all those conveniences if I have time for, and we have laundry here and all that stuff too. So I have all those conveniences built into that 9,000 baht. So we have our own mail office, where mail comes to. They'll hold for whatever we need them to hold it for.
Packages,
we have
everything.
Our own mailboxes. Yeah. Then in the actual place, we have mailboxes. Everything's car keyed. You can't get off on another floor. On the elevator, unless you scan your card, you can only get the ground floor, the laundry floor, and the floor you live on. That's it.
Yep. Right.
And that's for security purposes as well. There are cameras everywhere, and I just thought to myself, you know what, 9,000 baht.
Yeah, it's a great deal.
Does
it include utilities?
No, it's but it is government rate on the utilities.
Yeah, right.
So
like 100 baht a month, maybe for water, maybe 50.
Yeah, I think my last water was 100, but that we pay every 2 months here. It was like 100.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
Yeah, like 100 baht, I think, something like that. And my electricity, because I keep my AC going when I'm home.
Yeah.
Usually runs about 1,500 baht a month, something like that.
Same with me,
which is not bad. Yeah.
No, 12 to 1,500 for me too. I saw a really good comment there by Carl K, or a question rather, regarding cost of living, since we're on that. And he says, what about 40%? Now, again, compared to the U.S. Okay, so in the U.S. there is Beverly Hills and there's Barstow. Okay, so I made the comment that for my life, in the majority of where I lived in San Diego, Thailand is about 30% the cost of what it cost me to live there.
Because you live in a very expensive place. Yeah.
I was, well, fair. Yes. Top 10 for sure. I mean, there was a gentleman that replied, he was from Texas, and he's like, Mike, my monthly expenses on my living in Texas are like $700 a month. And I'm like, well, we have a word for $700 a month living expenses in San Diego. It's called free. It doesn't exist. I mean, my car costs me more than that. And by that, I mean the car, insurance, fuel, and that I can't even imagine, my rent is $380 a month right here. So for me, I don't know where you live, Carl. Well, wait a minute. Isn't Carl K? No, there's another one that's Carl/New York City, right? Carl NYC. Yeah. So maybe Carl, I can't remember, Carl. I apologize. I can't remember where you're from. But at the end of the day, for me in San Diego, it's about 30% of what I was paying there. And now North Carolina, a little cheaper, but you lived in a big city. It wasn't free to live there either. No,
my rent there was $750 a month.
Wow.
Had basically nothing that this place has. I rode the light rail because I couldn't afford a car.
Well, yeah, college student.
Yeah. I was in college, and I had my little bit of income coming in, and what I would do is I would take my student loan and pay for my rent for the 6 months until we got the next check.
Nice.
And
that makes sense.
That way I would have the income I had coming in, I would have it to spend. But still living off of $1,500 a month, with your rent paid, guys, in Charlotte, right? Living off $1,500 a month it's just almost impossible to have any kind of life.
Yeah, that's pretty hard. Yeah. I want to say thanks to Dorman for coming by, dude. I really appreciate it. I love all your interjection. I'm stoked that I made you a wrench guy, so you can throw links up there. You provide a ton of value to both our channels, quite frankly.
Absolutely. That's what I was getting ready to say. Absolutely.
Yeah. Enjoy your F1 race.
Everything. Absolutely. Thank you for everything you put over on my channel today as well, Doorman, because I saw it and I appreciate it very, very much. So take care of yourself, bud, and we will I'll see you either on a video or on the next live stream, 1 to 2. Have a good one, man.
Totally. I wanted to double click on this one because this isn't something that a lot of people will ask, but they ask about, having dual passports, and they're in America but can't travel anywhere. I mean, a lot of countries are like, look, dude, you've got a U.S. passport, you're diseased, right?
Yeah.
And so, but it's a really good question, and I can tell you that I am getting a second passport because I'm a dual citizen. Paying your way into Panama and Portugal and that sort of thing, that's a pretty easy way to get one. I mean, dude, if you got enough cash, you can get a Singapore passport. Okay.
Yeah.
And so at the end of the day, I don't think there's any downside to it at all. But again, if you've got an infinite amount of monkeys and an infinite amount of typewriters, you can write every good book. If you have an infinite amount of money, then that's a great solution. But there is
I could never get a dual passport. I don't think I could get a passport to another country.
Well, you could. I mean, you just can't do it right now.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
But I mean, you save up enough money, and then you could do it, or you go there and you live there for a while. I mean, if all of a sudden you're like, you know what, I really hate hot weather. I'm moving to Estonia, and in the first year, I'm going to get e-residency, which I have. Right. And then I'm going to open up a bank account. Then I'm going to start a company, and then I'm going to invest in it. And I'm going to get investors, maybe not use my own money. Well, then after a while, they're like, well, shoot, you should become a citizen. And then all of a sudden, bam, you get a second passport a few years later. Same with Portugal, Panama. That's Panama, really easy to get residency. But the point is that if you can do it, and again, as we've mentioned before, if it's not a distraction to do it, I mean, anyone in the world, if they have enough money, can walk into the dealership and buy themselves a McLaren.
Okay? Yeah, that's right.
But if you don't have the cash, that monthly payment's going to be a real distraction.
That's right. For the 2 months until they repo it.
Right. But again, usually the question comes because people are like, I have the means to be able to travel internationally. And so they're like, well, you know what? But yeah, my U.S. passport's diseased or whatever. And and all I will say is if you can get it from a Western country, having a U.S. passport and not being able to travel or having it questioned is one thing. Thinking that you're going to be able to just like swing by Vietnam with a Panama passport, do some research on that one. The ability for you to get outside of the United States and into other countries, even amidst all of this crap with a U.S. passport, is pretty damn high. I mean, if you can get a Japanese passport or, again, a Singapore passport, South Korea is also a very valuable one. UK, those are huge. I mean, if you have like relatives that are from that part of the world, and you can have a female figure, like if your grandmother or grandfather kind of thing, or if your mother or father or grandmother, but, again, if you can get it and it makes your life easier, you could put any noun in there. Mike, should I really buy 2 washing machines if I have? Yeah, absolutely, dude. If you got 7 kids, nail it. Get a stackable. Well, yeah, but Mike, it's going to cost $3,800. Okay, well, you didn't tell me you didn't have $3,800. You just wanted to get 2 washing machines. Exactly. I hope that answers your question. And please, I hope you didn't interpret that as me being flippant and telling you it's a bad idea. It's a great idea if you have the ability to do it. Anything that impedes your progress to travel internationally, detonate that as fast as you possibly can. Get out there, explore the world, and just don't be distracted by the cost.
Exactly, and I couldn't be I couldn't agree more with that sentiment and what you just said, Mike. I will get to that point in my life where I will be able to have another passport, or well, you want to talk to Aztec? He doesn't understand.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and that's a great thing. He said, what's the point of it? Yeah, no, and that's a great question. I hope I answered a little bit of it in the way that I described it. But secondarily, for example, I have family. The majority of my family lives physically in Canada. I cannot enter Canada right now with a U.S. passport. If I have a Canadian passport, I can enter Canada, much like a U.S. citizen can just cruise over to the United States. If I'm from Mexico and I feel like going to a vacation in Miami, forget it. But if I have a U.S. passport, I can get home. So that would be one of the reasons, because it's like, what if one of my family members gets sick? I can't just like walk up to the Canadian border and say, hey, look at me, I got more bombs than you got. No, it doesn't work that way, dude. You don't have a Canadian. And so there's that. Now there's many other things that are outside of COVID that basically give you the option to do if you have a secondary. Again, it depends what country you get it. If you get it in Singapore and you're an entrepreneur like me, and I can basically fly over to Singapore right now, go to MOM, which is the Ministry of Manpower, basically the workforce over there. And within less than 2 days, I could apply for a grant that will give my startup hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I can't do that with a U.S. passport. If I have a Singapore passport, dude, giant. The other thing too, and I actually have 2 U.S. passports. I have what's called a second valid passport. The reason I have that is because while the U.S. will look at my passport and say, oh yeah, you've got a Vietnamese visa in here. Yeah, that's no big deal. If I go over to Europe and they're like, why have you been to Vietnam? What's going on down there, kind of thing. So I have a second passport so that when I go into those other countries, I can give them my passport that only has the Thai visa in it, or that only has, I also have a Mexican visa in one, and a lot of times they'll look at that and be like, what were you doing in Mexico? Gracie and I go into the United States. They look at her passport. They look at mine. They're like, okay, yeah, we know about you anyway. We've got your movement for the last 35 years in the computer here. And they look at her, they flip. Only question they ever ask, why were you in Malaysia? Right? Stigma.
Right.
And so there's that. Finally, starting a business, investing, that sort of thing. And technically, as a dual citizen, Canada expects me to use my Canadian identification to enter the country. The United States will expect me to use my U.S. passport to enter their country. Right. So, I mean, there's that. But then there's also, some other countries like, again, the stereotype of Canadians is they're freaking nice. And all
the stereotype of Americans are not that. We're not in that situation right now.
Okay. I mean, and unfortunately, all politics aside, he's not the only bad, inappropriate leader, but we've got someone who's quite visible, who's a leader of our country that basically 50% of people dislike.
Right.
And unfortunately, my passport has his face on it, if you will. So there's all those sort of options. Bank accounts, if I want to open up a bank account, as a U.S. citizen, as I'm sure many of you guys know, actually, you may not know this, actually, Aztec, 100% of my income needs to be reported to the IRS. I don't need to pay income tax on 100% of it. As Jeremy was talking about, there's a thing called FEIE, which is the Federal Earned Income Exclusion, which is an individual is basically the first $106,000 that you make outside of the country.
Which I qualify for that.
Right. Yeah. You don't need to pay federal income tax on that. You may or may not need to pay state income tax on that. You should always pay Medicare and Social Security.
Yeah. The state tax, I can tell you about that. The state tax, you would only pay state tax if you had been in the state for, I think, 3 weeks. It's either 2 or 3 weeks that year. You would qualify for state tax. Otherwise, you're exempt.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's a per state thing. If you guys don't know, there's like federal laws and there's state laws in the United States.
Yeah. This is from North Carolina. So but it varies. The law is pretty much kind of the same. It just varies from the length of time you were in the state from state to state.
Got it. Yeah. Versus like if I have my domicile in Florida, which is why many retired people live there, 0 state tax ever.
Right. Right. Exactly.
And, so there, and additionally, there's also some benefits too, because, you'll go to some countries and they're like, we would really like to see more Canadian investment, or we would really like to see more US investment. And they will allow you to do things based on where you're from. It's got nothing to do about your personal wealth. It's just that they have this sort of treaty with that, So anyway, multiple benefits. I hope I answered your question. I'm sure I did ad nauseum, as I often do.
Dad and Kirk.
Oh, what do we got here? That's a good update. Joseph was talking about that. Closed on a house now. I'm living in full-time in my teardrop. You guys call them that down where you live? Teardrop?
Yeah, teardrop camper.
Trailer?
Yeah. Trailer. Yep.
Totally.
I like that. That's awesome, man. That means he's getting ready to come over, I guess.
And then MedTech makes up a great, yeah, exactly. I mean, depending upon what passport you have, you can get, a visa exempt stamp kind of thing. Expands one's list. I mean, again, you always sort of want to trade up, right? I mean, if you have a boat that's 50 feet, you're usually like, well, probably a 60-foot boat would be nice.
There's a really good website that talks about this. It's called Nomad Capitalist.
Yeah, he's an interesting guy, isn't he?
Yeah. There's a lot of information that he. If you make more than 6 figures and you do international business, that's a pretty good website to go to.
It is,
but I've never been because I don't make 6 figures.
It's always, I don't know why that's such a. It's an interesting thing because I mean, for some reason that seems to be a defining amount. I don't know why it's like, oh, did you make 5 figures? Did you make 6 figures? And it's like, okay. I mean, because people will be like, dude, I was making over 6 figures. Okay, did you make $101,000 or $990?
Exactly.
Because my experience is most people that label themselves, oh yeah, I made 6 figures last year. Most of them don't make over about $150.
Exactly.
There's not a whole lot of people making $680,000 saying, yeah, I made 6 figures last year. No, I made 680 is usually what those people say.
Right.
Proudly, and that's what. Do you know what's funny about? For whatever reason, there's been this value in my mind as like, someday I want to make 6 figures kind of thing. For me, it's someday I want to make $675,000 a year, because I read in the Wall Street Journal many years ago that the average salary of someone who shops at Neiman Marcus is $675,000 a year, and I thought, well, I'm a regular guy. Like, there's a Neiman Marcus down the street from my house. I actually park in front of Neiman Marcus, and then I go into Sears. But the point is that I go to that same mall. I could just walk. I've walked through Neiman Marcus before, but I just never bought anything because I felt it was overpriced. But I'm like, but the only difference between me and that guy over there, not necessarily is intelligence. Maybe it's perseverance. Maybe it's opportunity. Maybe it's luck. He makes 675, and I don't. Well, maybe that should be a goal. I don't know.
Well, my first in terms of income goal, my first interim goal is $77,000 a year. I want to make $77,000 in 1 year, and I'll tell you why.
Yeah, absolutely, that's an interesting number.
I read that the people that were the most happy in the world made between $75,000 and $80,000 a year, and to be exact, it was 77,000. That in that 77,000 bracket were the happiest people in the world. Yep, because they made enough money. They were people like me made enough money to enjoy life. At 77,000 a year, you can enjoy life if you live in the right place.
Not be distracted.
Yeah, without being distracted. If you make $77,000 and live over here, the only distractions you're going to have are, making sure you choose the right wife and don't do anything stupid. That's it.
Yeah, don't do anything stupid. That's words to live by. I mean, that is I think it's some of the greatest advice any coach can ever give you. Now, when you say in the world, I mean, again, like you said, I mean, if 77,000, I can't imagine the happiest people in Thailand on average make $77,000 a year. No way.
This was strictly to
United States,
an American. Yeah,
United States. Okay,
this was strictly in America. They were saying in America, if you're an American and you make $77,000 a year, you are more likely to fit into the happiest people category. And this was some stuff that Gary Vaynerchuk he was showing, and I was paying attention, and I thought to myself, that really makes sense. I can make a good living. I mean, I could have a quality life with $77,000 a year in America. But if I made $77,000 a year in Thailand, 77,000 USD in Thailand,
about 2 million baht.
Yeah, it's about 2 million baht. So pretty good life. Yeah.
It would be. It's funny though. I mean, I had a guy ask me, "What do you think it would be like? What would it cost me to live a middle class?" He put in air quotes lifestyle in Thailand. Now, in the United States, and I'll tell you right now, $77,000 in San Diego.
No, yeah.
That's tough. That's tough because your rent is going to be approximately $24,000 a year, and that's after taxes. 77,000 before taxes. Now you're into the same bracket that so you're at about overall, including state taxes, you're at about 27%. So basically a third of that.
Too.
Right.
California is really high tax.
The first 3.5 to 4 months of the year, you're working for the government. The remainder of the year is actually money you're keeping. And to Cinderblock's point, it's not how much money you make; it's how much money you keep. Copy that.
That's a very good point. Yeah. That's a very good point. Very good point.
But again, obviously, it's like $77,000 on average based on cost of living average, cost of housing average, cost of education average. It's not based on you living in Rancho Santa Fe in San Diego and all of your kids go to Harvard. Okay.
Right. Right.
But Aztec makes a good point, which is like, 77,000 US is about 100,000 Aussie dollars. So that's interesting. I didn't realize. So that's like, 6 figures right in Australia. So that's kind of neat.
That is neat. I think my headphones are dying. If they die, tell me.
Oh,
okay?
Well, that's okay. Dude, we're at 3 hours. As long as every single time we go longer than last time.
We're good
the trajectory, baby. We're at 3.5 hours. You want to quit?
Well, I was going to say, do we want to throw a last minute? Let's try challenge? To inject the fun. Yeah, inject the the travel fun challenge.
Well, I gave a challenge last time. The next challenge has to come from somebody else.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. We have fun with these challenges, and as we explained earlier, they're not for nothing, and they do work, and they provide this channel certainly with a lot of. Carl says he read the same study. Anything above 77K doesn't change your happiness level. Yep, that's what it was. He's on it. That's what it was. He was saying anything above 77,000 doesn't change your happiness level as a purpose.
Got it. Yeah, I know what that means. I can tell you that I worked the majority of my life in San Diego, and when I hit 77, I was still stressed. I can tell you right now.
Yeah. But that's because you were in a very high living cost of living area for sure.
I was. When I hit that number, I had just bought my house, and I paid. When I bought my house in '99, I think I paid about $180 for it.
Mm-hmm.
And so you buy $180,000 house, you're making about about half that, right? A little less than half that a year. So that was, and most people don't do that. Most people, if they make $100,000, they're like, awesome, I qualify. I can buy a $500,000 house. I'm nailing this. And I go out and get 2 brand new cars. It's America. I wasn't immune to that. Believe me.
No.
So
Just scratch me off the board for a second.
I'm going to take a break. Okay. You start the challenge. I'm going to take a break. I'll be right back.
I don't know how I don't know how to start a challenge for my own channel. So I just tell you guys, we have a travel fund over at DoMoreLife, and we try to keep it as cushiony as possible. So when travel time comes and I'm not working, which happens several times a year, we can take vacations here in Thailand. Eventually, one day it'll be outside of Thailand, and put a lot of content together for you guys. It's really a channel fund, not a travel fund. The PayPal link is scrolling across the bottom of the screen, and it's something that you get value out of. I consider it. I don't call it donations at all. It's we say contributions, but technically you're making an investment. If you watch my content, any at all, you're making an investment in it, because the equipment that I use to make the content with all comes from that fund. And if you so desire to invest in DoMoreLife, you may do that through the simplicity of PayPal. just like that, Mike is back.
That simplicity of PayPal. That's a good one. I like that.
Yeah. PayPal. Yeah. I don't know. I was throwing around the idea, just trying to explain to people that may not have been here earlier that, Aztec said, what is he? Yeah, so Robert just threw up the PayPal link.
Oh, there you go. It's also on the scroll beneath it, guys, if you want something easier to remember.
Yeah, definitely. Aztec says, you guys send Jay a super chat or PayPal. I'm asking you to because I've cut myself off for a month. I have done too many super chats.
Good for you. Good boundary.
Good for you, Aztec. That's it, because you have you have definitely, brother, super chat. You've super chatted on every stream I've had, which I greatly appreciate.
Dude, nice.
Yeah, greatly appreciate. And well, on the ones he's been on. He's done that. Right. That's like, man, some big stuff. But anyway, you can contribute by PayPal or you cannot. It is up to you.
But welcome to the Cool Kids table regardless, ladies and gentlemen. We're stoked you guys are here.
Exactly.
Derek, it's pretty good though, dude. 3 hours and 40 minutes. I mean, it flies by, doesn't it? I mean, it's just like we're talking to the guys.
Yeah, I didn't. Well, for an hour we were making money.
So there was that keeping us busy.
Yeah, there was that, and as a matter of fact, here comes some more.
Did you get
Mr. My beloved, starting to be one of my favorite people here, Mr. Joseph Pinto.
Aztec breaking his own rules.
$10.
Joseph Pinto's amazing. You're awesome, brother.
Aztec broke his rule.
Yeah, because he just super chatted you. Dude, I swear I'm not going to drink anymore. I'm not going to drink. I'm not going to. Nice going, buddy.
Joseph said you can say my name. Thank you, Joseph. I really appreciate that, man. That's another 10 in the kettle. And the thing about it is these like $5 or $10 or whatever, or $2 super chat. All this stuff adds up over time,
totally, guys.
Yeah, it really adds up, and it makes a big, big, big difference for the quality of the channel and what it's gonna mean for things to come. Because this year, being a school teacher is not going to be the greatest thing in the world. We're not going to have holidays, is my understanding, unless we get the 2 weeks off in November. Now, my birthday is in November, but I don't know when that would take place. So either way, it'll be a big birthday celebration if we get holidays, and there will also be a lot of content, including live streaming.
Yeah, for sure.
Because one thing I've gotten away from, I was looking for my gimbal here. I've got Osmo 3 gimbal, the newest for cell phones, and I can hold it up and live stream pretty much anywhere I have a signal, and hotspot it off my internet. So
I'm a fan of that. I love doing live streams from the beach. Did you get it more? Do you get more? What do you got going on right now?
Yes. I just got 10 more.
Dude, giant.
The other Carl, I won't say his I won't put his name on there.
Carl NYC.
No,
so you're at
140.
140. I've got 140. Does that sound accurate, or am I off?
He says, "Thanks for all you do, JC, from one North Carolina bro to another." Thank you, man.
Right on,
Thank you.
That's cool. That's very cool.
Yeah, you're on it, Mike. You're on it. In terms of the money, yeah. So
okay, 140, good. Yeah, nice. That's awesome, guys. Hey, so let me ask you: are you going to do anything other than just like rest? Because I mean, having a holiday on a Wednesday this week, right? It's kind of weird. It's like right in the middle of the week. You can't have a long weekend. Or are you going to go out somewhere?
Well, I was thinking about either doing some type of live stream event or cleaning my apartment, which I have let this place go so bad.
Oh, I was going to ask you about that because I got the same thing going on over here because my house cleaner, as well as my chef, lives in the Philippines right now, which I miss desperately. But, we all have different roles. But you said 300 baht for you to get a cleaner. I got to know who that is and if I can pay them 200 baht to get over here. Because this place, they'll charge 800 baht to clean it. I'm like, dude, it's a 1 bedroom.
This is a studio, and I was thinking about 300
Okay.
baht, but I'm gonna find out because like I have to clean. Like I don't sleep on my bed. I sleep on my little small couch, and that's because of my back.
Seriously?
Really seriously. Yeah, I sleep with
you get a
the
better.
couch.
Okay.
The couch is next to the bed, and it kind of props up a little bit, so I sleep like I slept in a recliner most of my life.
Oh, so it's more
Uh,
better for your back. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's much better for my back because my back's screwed. And I need to get everything off my bed. I need to get everything off this little table, and then I need to get everything together, and all that will take a whole day, right? And then
have it.
And then I have to scrub and clean, and the actual cleaning part.
If you can get that done for 300 baht, dude, I would do that all day long.
Oh, I absolutely will. I'll stand here with the girl and go, yep, we can throw this way, throw this way, throw this way, throw this way.
And how do you just know someone already, or is it like flyers?
No, this is just, this basically like word of mouth, that kind of thing.
I need to get that.
So I'll have to call down to, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll message
front desk.
Well, I message down to the front desk and say, is it possible to get a maid?
Dude, how much? 10?
20.
Oh, 20. Look at this, 20. Dude. You're at $1.60 just today.
From my main, I know, I love it. 200 would be awesome. now that we're closing in,
Mr. Greedy. Yeah, everything in moderation, guys. Everything that Jeremy said, moderation. Be patient.
One hungry traveler, whom I appreciate very, 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 very much. $20 there.
Absolutely, dude. That's outstanding.
Thanks, man. Thanks so much. We are climbing the PayPal ladder. That's what we're doing.
I mean, if you can take advantage of Wednesday, dude, that would be pretty sweet. I mean, I'm not saying go to friggin' Pattaya and go to some island, but I mean, it's nice, kind of having just one extra day in the middle of the week. I mean, I get it. The other nice thing too is you clean your apartment, and then the following, wake up the next day, you're like, this is nicer. My environment's nicer, so that's nice. But
I'm not gonna lie, there are a few alternative motives for cleaning my apartment. Okay, one is I would like to have some company come over here at some point in time. And
there you go, sure, right, yeah.
I just don't feel comfortable meeting someone new and have them come over here and see this disaster that I live in. It's like, okay, here's the lane to the couch. here's the lane to the wardrobe. It's like one of those.
Exactly.
They're like, wear your clothes. Don't touch anything.
Just all fall over like a house of cards.
It's but it's a lot of fun, man. It's a lot of
fun.
I
want to touch on this because I think this is, if you were to summarize the entire theme of what you and I do now on Sundays, to this guy's question, is there any competitive element to the Thailand theme YouTube channel community?
Oh my God.
Not over here, dude. Not over here. Talk about being the example, and just ask me. But I mean, I said this thing just off the cuff the other day, and I think Jeremy and I both embrace it, which is like, it is collaboration, not competition. I am a much happier YouTuber hanging out with Jeremy on a Sunday than potentially bad mouthing him, for Christ's sake, somewhere about, and I'm not as, and he could be, that Mike, he's only got 17. Look at me over here with the 27th. No. And I got to tell you too, Thailand Rob, I was just down there, and he and I are buddies. He's like doing live streams with him. He's not like, Mike's only got 1,700. He got 55,000. Yeah, we're both bald. Look at how awesome I am. No, I mean, dude, here's the deal. Yes, there is. There's also competition between Coke and Pepsi, and they're both great soft drinks. There's McDonald's and Burger. Yes, there's all that. But in the YouTube community, there are annoying people. And it's not just the Thailand vlogging community. There's plenty of people that do travel vlogs, plenty of people that I ride my bicycle better. I fix transmissions better. I'm a better truck driver. I have cooler hair. And the good news is that I found Jeremy and I'm like, we're doing this. No, exactly. Yes. And that, yes, but they're not necessarily YouTubers. They're just jerks.
Right. They're people. So the trolls are the people that start shit behind the scenes and keep it
Yeah.
going and that kind of thing, and make sure that you have some kind of. They'll leave comments. I'm calling your job. You're going to lose your job. I'm doing that.
Mm,
There's that section of YouTube, and
yeah.
then there's the section of YouTube, the passive aggressive. I'm just going to leave it at that. The passive
Yeah.
aggressive people that will underhandedly make a comment that is directed at you and that kind of thing, which is disgraceful. But Mike hit it on the head when he said collaboration. I say collaboration, not confrontation. Really, is
Nice.
what it comes to.
Yeah.
Because eventually, if you have enough. Hatred will consume you. Okay, animosity will consume you as a human being. So if that happens, you need to cut that fat loose. Like it's like being in a water. Both of you have on life jackets, but the guy that's attached to you is holding you back from getting to shore, and both of you are going to die one way.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
If you don't, so you have to cut the fat, which is why there are some people that used to be on my YouTube channel regularly that are not there anymore. I had to cut the dead weight because they were associating themselves with the trolls and those people that look to make a negative impact on society as a whole. They don't care if it's YouTube or if it's these are the miserable people we were talking about at the beginning. What you're looking at right now is what needs to become the new normal. Okay?
Nice.
Yeah, and I just lost my mic.
You can't hear me?
I just lost my
Your
headphones.
voice, just so you know.
I can't hear you. Hang on a second.
Okay. Unless you guys let me know if you disagree with this.
Hang on, Mike. I'll be back.
Yep. His talking right now.
I gotta get my other headphones. Hang on.
Cool. It actually sounds exactly the same way it used to. Unless you think that that's different, I would submit that he's using his headphones as headphones, but he's using his microphone from his laptop because his voice did not sound different when his headphones died. So anyway, I'm just throwing that out there. And then Joseph, just so you know, dude, I absolutely saw your post, and I hope you saw me that I delivered it there, which is like, buy you a smoothie, because I'd love to buy you a smoothie, Joseph. That's pretty good, man. You're totally awesome. But anyway, yeah. So can you hear me now, Jeremy? Not yet. Okay. I know that usually what happens is when you plug in a headset like that, yeah. No, still can't hear. Well, this might be a great time to end the stream then. Well, you should be able to hear me actually in the speakers of you. You shouldn't necessarily need headphones. You can just use, okay, that's fine. But you should just be able to use the speakers on your laptop, actually. So, did you just live in Phillies, or your lady is just from there? Oh no, I never used to live there. I've been there. Gracie and I own a house there that she built, with our money, right? In other words, she contracted because she knows the local people. But it's our house. It's in Hamandan. Her parents have a farmhouse in Hamandan at the top of the peak there, and if you know where Hamandan is. But no, I met her in Boracay when I was there on vacation, and we just basically kept in touch, and then I came back, and then we just basically started traveling all over Southeast Asia. So that's where yeah. So Mitch, wow, you're still here. Does that mean you took a nap, dude, and you came back? That would make me pretty happy. Be like, oh, look at this. That people can take a nap in the middle of our damn streams, and then right in the middle of it, they can. Oh, so wait, I just heard you talk. But you can't hear me, huh? I guess not. He can't figure it out yet. He might be paying attention to the chat. So if you guys want to ping him and see if he can hear us. The good news is he's probably never going to say, "No, Mike, wait, keep talking." That will probably not be needed to be said. MedTech says I shoot how-to repair videos, but there is always a better mechanic, always someone that knows more, and I'm fine with that. Precisely, MedTech. And I got to tell you, dude, that is why it's probably so easy for you to like swing by these channels. Because, I mean, if we had that attitude, you may not even consciously know, but you're like, I don't know, dude. I just don't want to hang out with these guys. Like Mike's bitching about how Jeremy. I'll give you guys a great example, and I'm not doing this to like toot my own horn as far as being a great person, or whatever. But it was so. I thought about this the other day. It was so easy for me because I used to do live streams Saturday mornings. I used to do live streams Saturday mornings at 9 a.m, and it would just be like, okay, you can hear me now.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you just great.
Okay.
But I'll just give you a tip though. When your headphones died, your voice sounded exactly the same. So your earbuds, you're probably not using the microphone in those. Did you know that?
I did.
Okay.
I figured that out, and
because right now, clearly you're using the headphones to be able to hear, but you're also using the microphone in that headset, and it does not sound as good. Just throwing it out there, just so you know. Okay,
yep.
Good. All right. Awesome. And I was just, if you take a look at MetTech's comment, it's just so cool. He's like, look, dude, I make videos, and there are other people that make different videos and do stuff better than I do, but I don't care, And
exactly.
That's the kind of guys that we want at our channel, guys. I mean, this is what we want on Sundays. It's what I want when Jeremy's here. It's probably what he wants when I'm not around,
I guarantee you. It's what I want.
And
what I want for both channels all the time.
Totally. And what I was, it was funny, and neither of us really sort of, thought about this or whatever, but it's like, well, Jeremy works during the week, and then he does his Saturday live streams. And I, kind of knew that, but then he and I started becoming better friends, and my channel's growing and that sort of thing. And one could argue, well, Mike, you should probably, you do but like, it was like 9 on a Saturday. And I'm like, well, I shouldn't do a live stream right now because Jeremy's doing a live stream. And, and he's like, oh yeah, absolutely. But he's got like 27. I mean, he doesn't get competition from me, but I'm just like, no, dude, because I want to participate in the live stream of his on Saturdays, which means I want to be a viewer. I want to ingest the energy that he's throwing out there with all of you guys. And it worked out so good. And I really didn't think about it till the other day, but someone's like, oh, you doing a live stream tomorrow? I'm like, oh yeah, totally. I'll get up oh, no, it's Saturday. Jeremy does a live stream on Saturday. And someone might be like, who fucking cares about Jeremy? I do. I mean, no, it's like, dude, you just know, Jeremy is the Saturday live stream Bangkok guy.
That's something that you made because we talked about different times and all that stuff. But that was a personal decision Mike made. That's not a decision that meant that. In fact, I will submit to you.
Oh, here it comes. He's gonna go bald soon, guys. I swear to God, he won't even know. Tomorrow he'll wake up and be like, I didn't even shave this. Mike, son of a what?
Yeah, I will submit to you that Mike is the only YouTuber with enough. I want to make sure I get this word right. With enough with enough human decency to do something like that, because it's what you find is people try to step on other people's live streams to draw their crowd in. Well, what happened in mine and Mike's situation is I invited Mike on one of my live streams.
Yeah.
And he came on the live stream and he got an influx of my subscribers subscribed to his channel, which is great. I mean, that's fine, because the people that went over to his channel, they're still, like, most of them are channel members on my channel. You know what I'm saying? So,
the good ones came over.
Yeah, good ones. And
thank you for weeding them out.
Mike has a lot of faithful subscribers himself, but I'm saying he got, after that day, he picked up some subscribers, which is the whole point of collaborations anyway. Well, not the whole point, but it's
the top one. It's a top 5.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely in the top 5. And so our thinking was, instead of doing, and I even told him, I was like, look, man, I don't want to compete with you on Saturdays for live stream, because some of my guys are going over to your channel and we're missing. So I'm like, if you don't, I looked him straight in the face and I said, if you don't mind, just go you get up earlier than I do anyway, so just go a little earlier on Saturdays. And he obviously he's made a different decision, but our decision that we came to was on Sundays, let's just do it like this,
right?
And that way we hit everybody. We don't miss out anybody. And I still have, because even though we are tight knit, he still has his channel, and I still have my channel. You know,
Exactly.
I still have my the family concept is still there. Not everybody that watches my channel comes over watches Mike, and vice versa.
Totally.
So, you know, you just have to be one of those people that don't really mind. I know this mic sounds horrible because this is what I used to use when I.
Yeah, there's going to be some guys that are like, you know, we're used to watching Mike, and he's basically obsessed with audio. So, you know, this whole muffling. But if you hold it near your face, actually, it sounds fine. It picks it up really well.
I used to do it like this when I live stream by myself and I didn't need to hear anybody. I would hold it like this right here, the whole live stream.
Right. Yeah, that's fine. You just stand there like this. Hi guys, it's like I'm playing with my microphone.
The reason my headset, my Apple headset, the reason I wasn't using the mic on that is because I forgot to turn it on in StreamYard.
Does it sound pretty good? Because I think you normally have your earbuds in. You use the microphone in it usually?
It sounds great. The microphone sounds great. I just forget to turn it on. Like an idiot.
Yeah, I know. Very good. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. So
I love Mr. Mitch. He just come back to the stream and he's like, "Oh yeah, I just went to dinner." Goes to dinner, cruises back to Bangkok. Nice work, dude.
That's how you do it. Well, we went a full hour longer.
Oh my
than
God!
We did last time.
We are like 40 seconds shy of 4 hours. Wow, you know what that means for next Sunday?
I don't know if I can do a 5-hour live stream, man.
Wow, it's easy. We just start at 8 o'clock.
That's
How do you like that,
that's
Matt?
definitely a good point. But
there you go.
You know, to me, it's worth it on days like this when the travel fund gets some cushion and when things happen, it's all worth it, in my opinion. There's a siren or something going by outside, guys. Sorry, but it's all worth it. And even if, let's say we stream for 4 hours, and I don't think this will ever happen, but let's say we stream for 4 hours and there was no PayPal, there was no super chats.
Right? Yeah, no, we're still doing it.
It's not going to break my heart. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like it's not going to break my heart. Yeah, I might be a little bit disappointed, but at the same time, the conversation is more valuable. Well, is as valuable as the money, in my opinion.
Yeah, totally. Aztec, I'll answer your question really quick. 8 a.m. over here is 11 a.m. for you. Yeah. Well, if you're in Sydney, I can't remember what time zone you're in over there. Down under.
I don't know what.
But DC ends up. I think we might want to touch on this briefly, and then we could probably call it a wildly successful Sunday. But since we're on the topic, what do you guys think about the reason for the insane success of Mark Wien's channel? Okay, first of all, Mark Wiens talks about food, and if
that's his only niche.
Yeah, if you talk about food reviews, he's very entertaining. He's very engaging. He's cool. He's lovable. You want to hug him, and he's doing it. Add to the fact that he actually shares his home with you. He shares his family with you. He doesn't just like go on vacation to the Philippines and like cook a few burgers. He rents an entire house and he's at the beach and he's telling you about the food. And he's also got a very large production behind him. He doesn't like whip out his phone like me on the beach in a swing and like start doing it. No, he's got 4 mic booms. He's got lighting. He's got all this thing, you know, and that's what he does. He's a world-class chef that takes real life and makes epic food out of it. And a lot of people like food. More people than probably want to talk about how to be a more integrous human being living in Bangkok. That's not as interesting to people because you can be a total jerk and still want to make a good taco.
That's right. That's right.
If you got a bad attitude and you come to our channel or you come to my channel, shoot, I'm talking about having a gratitude attack. I got a comment the other day from some guy. He was like, you know, effing this. And of course he spelled everything wrong, had no possible conjugation of verbs, didn't even know how to, you know, and he's like, you know, you're not our I'm not your effing counselor kind of thing. And of course he spelled it CONSLUR. I mean, it was just like, dude, you know, but I mean, and obviously blocked him, get rid of him, deleted him, that sort of thing. Because I got nothing for that guy, but he still needs to know how to make a hamburger. So
that's right. That exactly. Yeah, and you make it says, Jeremy, go back to your notebook speaker, bro. You're really muffled. Aztec told me. I'm sorry, I can't go back to it, brother, because he's talking about just using.
Well, the short answer is he can. I just haven't taught him how to do it yet. That's all.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, he makes a good point. Michael in Oregon said he just shaved his head. Now he's back.
I saw that's right. I saw that. I was like, oh, pictures or it didn't happen, buddy.
Yeah, see, I can use my laptop speakers because Mr. Who is saying, Jeremy, maybe you just use your laptop speakers. That's what I was using, or that's what I could use, but you would hear the feedback from it.
There is a little bit of an echo. Yeah. I mean, StreamYard does a fairly good job at it, but it's not as excellent, let's say, as Zoom at it. And so you get a little bit of feedback. So Perth is the same time zone as Bangkok. Oh, by an hour. Okay, got it. By an hour, I meant. Yeah. Yeah, so cool. So if you're in Perth, dude, it's that's 9 a.m. your time. So that's not so bad.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. Not bad at all. I'm excited. I'm excited for the 4 hours that we had today, man. I think
dude,
it was
up top.
productive.
Here we go.
Definitely right there. I think it was I think it was a great conversation. Certainly good for DoMoreLife
for the channel, travel fun, buddy.
And for the channel itself too, because I don't want to get stuck on calling it a travel fun and people not seeing me travel. But I think I want to get stuck on calling it a channel fun. So that way they understand.
That makes sense. I like that.
Yeah, I think that way they know that they're helping with equipment and they're helping with other things that the channel cost of the channel that it incurs, right? Like, I never say to anybody, my Adobe subscription to make these videos is like $86 a month, USD, right?
Yeah.
Or Canva is if I need to make a thumbnail quickly on my phone or on here, if I have to make one real quick before a live stream, that's $15 a month. That I go through, and there are other applications that I have that are steady cost that go into the channel. Sure. So, and I like being able to combat that with the channel fund, or as we've been calling it, the travel fund.
There you go. All right, so that's what we'll do. We'll do the channel fund and that sort of thing. All right, that's awesome, dude. I'm stoked. 4 hours. This has been fantastic, dude. Thank you so much. This is really great.
I mean, Mike, thanks for having me on, and we're actually two separate channels. Yeah. We're actually on both channels, but totally. You can see us both at the same time. We can talk to each other at the same time, which is actually kind of amazing, to be honest, because I didn't even know it was possible. So
wizardry that Mike does. Yeah.
Wizardry that Mike does. But it's really been, you guys need to know this. It's been a real honor and a privilege and a pleasure to get to know Mike. And I think that I have a good gut feeling. My gut tells me a lot more about people than any science metric ever will. I have a good feeling that we're going to be better friends, and it's going to continue to grow. And totally, man. You'll see a good relationship here, and you'll probably see. You're definitely going to get some good YouTube videos and chats.
Well, you know what I'm psyched for, dude? When they can start traveling and they come over here to Bangkok, the meetup we're going to have.
Oh, yeah.
Because how cool is that going to be? It's going to be the boys in Bangkok. Or wait, what did you say? Baldy and Shorty?
Baldy and Shorty. Yeah. I had a subscriber meetup in Pattaya about a year ago. And we filled up a whole corner of the beer garden there in at the end of Beach Road, where that beer garden
before the
we had
walking
a blast,
tree,
man. Yeah, we had a blast. We had a freaking blast, and it was just so good. And when they open travel back up again, we'll probably do like a dual thing or something. That'd be
great, man. Absolutely,
that would be great. But Mike, I gotta tell you, I've had a great time. I want to just flip over real quick and say to all of you people, Morton says thanks for the good info. You're more than welcome. All of you people. He said, wait, Jayhawks #1 says from now on it's the FTF equals future travel fund. I like that too.
There you go.
I like that too. Very, very good. But guys, really, seriously, and like Mr. Who's come over, Aztec, all these people have come from your channel too, and then you've gotten some from mine. And
yes,
I just want to say tremendous thank you to all of you who either contribute monetarily or contribute with a comment or contribute with information, or they just simply show up for the chat and sit back and listen. because
Right.
it's you know, that's what we're here for. And I appreciate you guys that share your ideas with us. I'm extraordinarily grateful for everyone that comes to these chats. 100%. And I am just over the moon to have channel members on my channel. I think I got about 23 or 24 right now. And that's, I love it. I absolutely love it. And I hope you guys, we're going to talk about when we're going to have our members only videos. But we had a first one yesterday. It worked out kind of well.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, nice.
Worked out kind of well, and you know, it was good. It was good. What does who say? If
your starting point is do more life and live my ass off, it's hard to go wrong. Indeed. That's our first T-shirt, Hugh.
I love that.
We're gonna blame you.
Yep, that's right. If it goes wrong, it's all your fault.
Absolutely, dude. Yeah. Other than that, we're gonna blame you for your success. How's that? We'll go on that. We'll go with that spin.
That's it. I love that one. I love that one. So, Mike, you want to close it out, man? I love
Absolutely.
you guys. I love you.
Guys, thank you so much. You made my life better. Jeremy makes my life better. This entire team of us makes his life better. I will absolutely work on the technology to be able to get one chat collaborated. We'll do that next. With that said, it's Mike's from livemyassoff.com along with my buddy
Jeremy from Do More Life. And whatever you do today, be sure you do more life.
There you go. Love you guys. I'll talk to you soon. Peace.
Later, guys.